Alright, perfect. Alright, let me start from the top here. Is that Baizu? Baizu's so hard to rank. You said Baizu first? Okay. He's actually really hard to get right. Characters that are like really good but people don't use too often are really hard to rank. Because that's the thing. He's pretty good, but nobody really uses him. Need to pee? Go pee. Where is he? Baizu. Alright. Let me think about Baizu. Baizu's pretty good. Yeah, the main problem with him is that there's just better options than him. He's in 50% of my teams. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing bad with him. It's just that he doesn't he's not the one. He's not the one, but he's still really good. I would not take him below this region. Somewhere here. Yeah, I think that's fair. He's good. Good heal. Shield exists. It doesn't really do much because it's supposed to break. More Dendro stuff is good. Yeah, he's just there. He's just there. If heal's gonna be S plus, he will be there. I don't think S is where he should be. No, definitely not. I mean, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Is C0 R0 or C0 R1? That's a good question. I think you can assume C0 R1. I think you can assume that. I think that's a good flat assumption. And then if something here's the thing. So I think you assume C0 R1 and then if you have to go beyond that, then that's like, you know what I mean? That's going to be like a factor to consider. I think it's a factor to consider. Are you doing 4 stars too? Yeah. Doing 4 stars too. Yeah, I think that's a comfy spot. If I need to move him later, I will. But like, yeah, what is it? His healing is good. He's in a bunch of teams, but he's never like the best of what he does, I feel. And that's like the biggest like quote unquote downside. That's not really a downside. It's more like that is what he is. Is that like he's good, but he's not insane. Unless a 4-star weapon is hilariously better than the signature, accurate. Some characters change based on the constellations, like C6 Candace. So that's a good question. How to do C6 4 stars? Because I do think C6 4 stars is an interesting thing. I think if a character needs specifically C6, that's a factor to consider. If a 4-star just needs like their C1 or their C2, that's like where I would grade them based on. But if they specifically need their C6, that's like a factor to consider of like, you know, for or against type situation. For example, like Sarah, right? That would work against Sarah because Sarah's only usable until you get that C6. Anyway, yeah, this is good. I think. Hold on. Let me. I wanna kind of zoom this in a little bit. I want to zoom this in a little bit more. There we go. All right, that's A. Okay. Who's next? Someone said D-Luke. Okay, everyone wants me. You guys are hitting me with the toughies, huh? Okay, D-Luke. I would say D-Luke is the definition of what a B plus is, right? I feel like I would consider that what like a B plus is, right? Or maybe even a B. No. See, these ones are hard. You guys are giving me the hard ones to start. He's such a variance type character. Cause maybe like neutral B. You guys are giving me such hard ones because they're like so like they're so in the middle. They're so in the middle that like it's hard. It's genuinely kind of hard to be like, where do they go? Yeah, I would say probably B. There's plenty of teams that can use D-Luke, but you know, a lot of them do require some pretty hefty like you know, supporting characters, like you're talking your Cloud Retainers, you're talking your Farinas, things like that. But he can still work well because of those characters, right? Yeah, I think that's comfy. That's comfy enough. That's comfy enough. Unbiased rating, though, I would say B is fair, yeah. Jean is a good one. There we go. Where's Jean? Jean's a good one. Let's see. I would say between A plus and A, because Farina does exist, and she can spike Farina the fastest. Viridescent's always gonna be good. Viridescent's always good. Very easy to play, very flexible. You can use her with almost anything, anywhere. Most of the Amo characters will be that, and she is like super amazing with Farina. I think she's with Baizu. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Because just because she's one of the best with Farina doesn't mean that she's the most optimal to take with Farina every single time. I think that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Very easy to play, very effective, very powerful. Farina makes her extremely useful because you can insta stack with her and Farina. Her C2 is super good, true, which people will get eventually. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, yeah. Honestly, if that C2 is C1, I might have put her up here. Cause that, yeah, I agree that attack speed is pretty nice. Jean is a bit more flexible than Baizu. Yeah, to be honest, if I was ranking it mid rank, I would easily do that. Like without doubt, I would do that. I'm not really gonna do that because that would take way too long. I would easily do that any day of the week. Any day of the week. I don't think that's wild at all because of how prevalent Farina is. I think Farina's not a character. You can easily do this, but since Farina is a character, definitely. Again, the biggest thing against Baizu is that Nahida is there. Nahida is lurking in the shadows. Baizu is better for Farina though. Not necessarily. No, Jean stacks her the fastest at anybody, bar none. Bar none. Mm, bar none. Bar none. Okay. Not to say that he's bad at stacking Farina. It's just that Jean is the best. In terms of speed, at least. And yeah, Anemo. Anemo just puts you ahead of the competition. Okay. The interchangeable but adjacent, yeah. But your shields have to expire to get destroyed, trigger their heal. Jean just healed. Well, his E heals. His E heals. Do you Tartaglia? Okay. Tartaglia is an interesting one. Tartaglia is an interesting one. He's good. He's really good, especially if you play him with very simple teams. Like he's one of those characters that like he's blessed with being Hydro, and he works very well with Shunling. That can help him a lot too. He's very good, honestly. Like unironically, he's really good. One of the best national characters as well. He's actually very strong. Mm, plus maybe he's definitely around. Probably not minus. I wouldn't put it minus because his national team is really good. Where's Tula? We got Tula in here. I think he's really nice. I mean, here is fine. Here is fine as well. Good to get weapons, probably the highest hydro collection. Yeah, yeah, and he's fine. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. One of the best national characters. Damage is good. A little bit tricky rotations, but I'm not gonna put that against him because I think you assume optimal play. You assume optimal play. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Damage is good. Rotations are good. Works really well in national. Works really well with Shunling with reactions. That works. That works. That works. Yanfei? That one's also difficult. Why do you guys give me the most difficult ones? Is this C0 without I think you assume C0 R1. And if the character needs something more, then, that's a factor. But assume C0 R1 if 5-star. I think if 4-star, then you can assume at least up to C2 if 4-star. Cloud Retainer? Okay, that's a lot easier. Cloud Retainer is like a billion times easier. Where's Cloud Retainer? Okay, Cloud Retainer. Yeah, Cloud Retainer I think is very insane. She's like Jean. She heals a little bit slower, but also you open up plunging and also catalyst. So, one of these two, either A plus or S. Viridescent, one of the best sets in the game. Healing is great. Farina makes her even better. Plunging is an option, which makes any Claymore character default a good character. Like any Claymore character is default good if you just want to play them with plunging with her. Oh, Shinyan. Whoops. Oh, whatever. I'm doing Cloud Retainer anyway. I'm doing Cloud Retainer anyway. Yeah, I would put Cloud Retainer up there easily. Easily, 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 easily. Easily. Oh shoot. Hold on, sorry. I didn't realize the thing didn't go all the way up. Okay, yeah. Easily, easily, easily put her up there. Healing is good. What is it? Viridescent's always good. Got the catalyst going on, very amazing. And then yeah, when she's a team heal, so she's also good with Farina. Yeah, she's insane. Okay, now we'll do Xinyan. Xinyan, she's a weird one. She's a weird one. I'm not putting her there. I just wanted to look at the screen where it is. Okay, cool. I'm not putting her there. Okay. She is strange. Yeah, in general, she doesn't do crazy too much, but she can still do some stuff. And there's some teams that are decently open to her now, like Mualani. You can use her with Mualani, but like it's like you can. It's never like optimal. And the Cloud Retainer is always there to give her a type of party. She's like usable, plenty. That I wouldn't put her in like D. She's plenty usable. I don't know if her unique things are enough to bring her to a plus, though. Her unique attributes. Yeah, I think she's plenty usable. Like, what is it? She's plenty usable, and you don't need to go out of your way to, like, whatchamacallit, to make her work. In the sense of just, like, um, I'll do a D rank after this to show a good example of what I mean by that. But like she's plenty usable, and then like her unique attribute like puts it gives her something. Like you can put her in Milani if you want to. If you want to. But yeah, that works. That works. That works. Okay. Let me do a D rank just to have an example. Where's that loser? Where's that loser? Let me put a D rank here just to I can show an example of a D rank. Genuinely, where is she? There she is, Aloy. Yeah. I feel like with Aloy, you gotta bend over backwards a little bit to make her work, even within her own kit. So I think that's why I would put her there. She's not as bad as she used to be, to put it simply. Yeah, yeah. There have been enough new characters that she can kind of help, and that can help her, that you can do her fine. And that will get cons. Unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, I would put Aloy there. You can still use Aloy if you desire to. That's why I wouldn't put Aloy. Even I wouldn't put Aloy in F, because you still can use her depending on what the other three characters are. But you know, you can do that for every single character in this video game. But even to functionally use her, you gotta kind of bend over backwards. So put her there. Gula Cryo Battery. True. True. Okay, cool. Yanfei. Sure, we can do Yanfei. You guys keep giving me difficult characters. Yeah, she's pretty rough. She's pretty rough. Yeah, she's fine. What is it? If you want to play her as DPS, you can. There's plenty of teammates to use her with. She does have a shield option, which can be pretty cool. Tank Fae is a thing. Yanfei is like C4 kind of locked for Tank Fae. Tank Fae is C4 locked. So okay, so what? So explain to me a little bit more what Tank Fae, because for me, I wouldn't really put her beyond Diluc. Is it genuinely just a big shield and that's it, or Tank Fae shouldn't apply here? Is it because it needs C4? Because if it needs C4, then it's just a factor. Stack ER and HP gives a pretty good shield on burst. But a shield in itself isn't, like, doing too much in terms of active play. If C4 is required, then I think this is fine. Then if C4 is a requirement, then I think this is fine. DPS is better. Okay. Res required. Okay, that's fine then. Okay. Yeah, you have the shield option if you need the shield option. I'm sure you can make a damage team work perfectly fine. Being Pyro DPS is really good because there's a lot of really good Hydro stuff, and Sea Lolly exists now, so that's a thing too. But we probably would not go beyond that. Okay, cool. That's fine. Someone mentioned Eula, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. She's still in this kind of awkward spot, but I don't think there's anything necessarily bad about her. Like, what bad in the sense of just like you can still play her if you desire to. She's still gonna hit numbers, but nothing super duper optimal. Nothing Omega optimal next. We're trying to make a new Gamber. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm fine with this. Superconduct kind of is lame. Physical's kind of lame, but Eula herself, I think her numbers are fine. Honestly, I think Eula herself, her numbers are perfectly fine. Like, yeah, like the way that she functions is kind of rough right now, but you can still play it in plenty of teams. There's still plenty of comps that you can just make her work. Fridge is a thing as well that she's actually pretty good in, but yeah, her unique traits are more unfortunate negatives than positive. But she's not bad. She's not bad. She's not bad. She's not bad. Do Cloran. Do Cloran. I think Cloran is gonna be. We keep going. We keep lowballing right now. Let's highball for a little bit. Where's Cloran? This is a good one. Okay, yeah, Cloran is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. A lot of good teams. You got your Overload. You got Aggravate. You can even do straightforward Electro DPS. Although I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. She's really strong. She's really strong. If you assume C0R1, she's really powerful. She doesn't need any constellations. If you put constellations on, she just gets better. She's great. She's great. She's great. I think I'll put her on plus. That's pretty good. Would I put her S? I think it depends where I would put other DPSs. I need to gauge where I would put the other DPSs. She's great. She's great. She's fantastic. You know, I think I could. I think I would comfortably put her there. I think I could comfortably put her there. Yeah. There's not too many problems with her, aside from like maybe people don't flow with her gameplay that well. But you assume optimal play. I think if you assume optimal play, I would definitely put Clarand on there. You got Aggravate, you got Hyper Bloom, you got Overload, you got Electro Charge, right? With Auroron as well right now. Like, she's got plenty of teams, very easy to play. Her damage is always really good. Yeah, she's great. She's great. She's easy to build too. That's true. She's also easy to build. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. Let's see. Do Bennett? Yeah, let's do Bennett. Too many low characters. We need some good characters. We need some good straightforward characters. Bennett's still insane. Bennett will never not be insane. Bennett got better because Mawika now exists. Now that Mawika exists and Bennett's still her best teammate. Bennett's not going anywhere. He's still the best character. He's still the best character. We may have to make a rank above. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, Bennett's ridiculous. It's one of the easiest characters to play in this video game. One of the best healers still. One of the best buffers. If you have a Pyro DPS, you're always gonna take Bennett. There's very low reason to not take Bennett if you're Pyro DPS. Yeah. Good heal, good energy. He's also a battery too. You can also just make him a battery because his E skill has like some of the lowest cooldowns and gives a lot of particles. Yeah, Bennett was a mistake. Kinda, yeah. He's insane. Honestly, yeah. Bennett will never be replaced even with a Pyro Archon. Nope, not at all. He didn't even get replaced by Mawika. He got better with Mawika. Put Shunling in C minus? No, that's Xiao. Xiao is the clickbait character. Xiao mains are always angry. Okay, cool. If Bennett becomes bad, the meta is cooked. Yeah, if Bennett becomes bad, what the heck happened? If Bennett is bad, what the heck happened? Emily. Emily is an interesting character. Emily is an interesting character. She's good. There's nothing necessarily bad about her. She's like Dendro Miko. Yeah, I mean, like, damage is good. Burning is, like, kind of a weird reaction, but you can use it plenty. It's plenty strong. And then Kaniche does really well with her. Kaniche is also very strong. Frequency is not too high, though. You're basically her niche is a little too niche for now. Yeah, I think a minus. is like a good way to put that. Actually, I wonder if this recent rotation has any frequency charts. Uh, 5.3, 5.2 maybe. Here we go. Get a little bit of data going on here. Obviously, this is not a hard and fast. This one's not hard and fast. It's just good to have some type of data. Here we go. Oh, unfortunately, you guys can't see it that well. Let's see. Where is Emily if she's here at all? I'm just curious about her frequency, because I know she's a good character, but having frequency as a factor I think is really important as well. Oh, does this not have everybody? Damn. Okay, I might need to find the one that has everybody. This one does not have everybody, it seems. Yeah, I hate whenever they don't show everybody, because obviously there's more to show. Alright, whatever. Never seen anything about her being top sub DPS or anything about it. Yeah, she's... I think that's why I would put her on minus. There's nothing bad about her. It's just that burning is just kind of like weird right now. But there's nothing... Again, there's nothing wrong with her. Her damage is good. She's nice off field. She does a lot of good damage. But like, she's never in any best team. Except Kanich, maybe. She's one of Kanich's best teammates. And Kanich is also really strong. But she's... Yeah, weird, strong niche character. That's the best way I could describe her. That's the best way I can describe her. That's the best way I could describe her. Okay. Amber mains rise up. You guys keep giving me weird characters. Can we get some good characters on here? Amber. Yeah, I mean, you can make her do stuff, but you really gotta force it. You can make her do stuff, but you really, really, really gotta force it. You really gotta force it. That's about it. Yeah, like, you can make her work. Her burst is kind of cool because I think it ignores like the elemental limit or whatever it's called. But people are only doing that for YouTube clickbait or like if you like love her or whatever. You can make her work if you want to, but yeah, even Shinyan is like, oh, you can. She's a teammate with Mualani. Doesn't take too much effort to do that, at least. Okay, cool. Who's next? Let's see. Her burst has no intent. I think so. I could be wrong. I could also just be wrong, but I think so. Amber's nuke is locked with C4. Oh. That's funny. Let's see. Yelan? Yelan's a good one. I don't know if you were requesting Yelan. I just saw Yelan's name. Yelan. Yelan's insane. Yelan is still insane to this day, I think. Yelan is still absolutely insane to this day. Some of the best Hydra application. Very easy to play. Good buffer too. She's great. Yelan is great. Very, very good character. Got better with this region. I feel like a lot of the... What is it? Yeah, Mawika also makes her better. Mawika also makes her even better. It's great. It's great. Vaporize Mawika with Yelan. Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Yelan's great. Yelan's great. Good character. Very good though. Very good though. Yeah, Yelan's fantastic. Good skill, good burst, good buffs. Hydro is insane as like an application type character, and her application's insane. Hu Tao. Let's see. Hu Tao. Hu Tao's good. Yeah, Hu Tao's really good. She gets a lot of new characters that still keep her good. She's great. She is great. The only struggle Hu Tao has is that against groups, Hu Tao's not the best. I think there's definitely other characters that like work groups a lot better, but she's fantastic. Frina also made her better too. Frina made her a little bit better. Even Cloud Retainer made her better too. Cloud Retainer made it so you don't need the C1, which helps her a lot as well. Main issue with Hu Tao is how expensive she is to build, especially with weapons. That's fair. Yeah, I think her free-to-play options are a bit wanting unless you get lucky with like a Dragon's Bane or something. But there are plenty of teams you can play her in, just because the variety of Hydro characters are are limitless. There are so many good Hydro characters to pair with her. But I do agree that sometimes gets in. Maybe expensive. There's not like a free to play weapon she can use, right? I don't think so. Like if you're forced to, there are free to play weapons you can turn to, right? But is there like a specific one for her? So you gotta get lucky with the Dragon's Bane. Okay, I feel fine with that. I feel fine with that. I mean, let's do Malwika. I think we waited long enough. We waited long enough. Let's do Malwika. Black Tassels go. Malwika. All right, yeah, she's insane. Malwika's insane. She does absolutely insane damage. Codex makes her one of the easiest characters to build. Her off fielding is like really crazy. Not many people are talking about her off fielding. Her off fielding is really good. Hitting 3 enemies at once is fantastic. You don't got to worry about recharge like Shunling. Any place where you could have put a Shunling, you could now put a Malwika if you want to, and you don't have to build her as difficultly as you did Shunling. You just slap like Cinder City and you're chilling. And she also buffs too. She can also buff. Malwika's insane. I'll even put her at the top just because Archon. That's cool. And the interval for outfield proc is only 2 seconds. I didn't know that. Yeah, she's insane. She's insane. Cinder City's insane. Malwika's insane. I'm just talking about the off fielding. The off fielding alone is like good. Now she main DPS, also insane. Her damage is great, very easy to play. Plenty of good free to play weapons. C0R1 is super strong. It is super duper duper strong. Player in Melt, player in Vaporize, player in, I don't know, Mono Pyro if you want to. Isn't Malwika's off field not as AoE as Shunling? I think Shunling is still taking it technically because Shunling cheats and ignores like internal cooldown of like reactions or whatever. I don't think Malwika does that. I'm 99% sure Malwika can't do that. So it's like, you know, I think if you're hard speedrunning or something like that, like Shunling is still taking it, but like you still can put Malwika there in places where you would put Shunling. And again, she is buffing too. Also, the whole like, oh, you need a Natlan character to build gauge for her, it's not really that much of an issue. If you just put one Natlan character there, you can get full gauge perfectly easily. Even if you don't have a Natlan character there, you can at least get half burst consistently enough that you can use her perfectly fine. Yeah. She can burst too. I didn't know that. Makes sense though. Yeah, I don't know how the AoE is. I think it would still be as good though, because she can fire up to 3, and the range at least seems equal, if not better, than Shunling's. Yeah, I'm that part I'm not sure. Anyway, Malwika's insane. Damage insane. On field or off field doesn't matter. Her buff is nice. Not too difficult to play her. I think people being afraid that you need Natlan characters is an unfounded fear. I don't think that fear is real. Obviously, if you put a Natlan character with her, she's gonna do better. But you do not need a Natlan character. There are plenty of teams you can play without a Natlan character. She's insane. Absolutely insane. She's great. She's great. She's great. She's great. I don't think she's as universal as like Farina, for example, but she's fantastic. You know, matter of fact, might as well put them together, right? Okay, Farina and Malwika. Yeah, Farina's still insane to this day. To this day, one of the best buffers in the game. There are 10 million billion teams that use Farina. I can actually use the usage charts this time if we're going to rank Farina. Yeah, Farina's the top of this usage chart. Absolutely redonkulous character. Absolutely redonkulous character. My goodness. You can't overstate that enough. Ridiculous character. Absolutely ridiculous. So many teams. So many different ways to play her. Insane buffs. Good damage, too. Insane buffs with good damage, too. Yeah. She completely power crept Arlecchino. We need to get Frida immediately. Yeah, Farina is insane. One of the best characters in this game. Easily like top 3 characters in this game, Farina. I'm still going to keep Malwika in the front because Archon. I mean, what is it? Most recent Archon. And just in case people don't actually watch the full thing and they're just like, oh my goodness, she said Malwika is better than Farina. Well, I'm going to comment. Anyway, yeah, Farina's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would ever deny how ridiculous she is. Let's do... What should we do now? Let's do... Let's do Faruzan. Faruzan's kind of a weird one, but still really good. Uh, because I think it sets a nice little precedent of where we put characters very similar to Faruzan. Yeah, Faruzan's fantastic. Let me think. I'm thinking between kind of these two right now. C6 Futao is Cope. Unfortunately, yeah. Faruzan and B. I mean, she's the best Anemo buffer though. The only thing that I would say maybe would keep Faruzan a little bit lower than I would initially expect is that one of the best Anemo DPS right now, Chaska, doesn't use her. But I don't think it necessarily works against her. If we're talking about future proofing as well, she is the best Anemo buffer if you're doing Anemo damage. So I think I would put her right here. I think if she was like Sarah and you needed C6, I would put her down here. I think B plus is where I would put those characters where it's like, oh, it's the best buffer in X, Y, and Z, but maybe you would need C plus. I mean C6 is I would put them kind of like this range. But because you don't need that, I think I would just keep her right there. Because, yeah, she's the best Anemo buffer. That's it. She's the best Enable buffer. There's nothing you can do to stop that. C6, of course, makes her better, makes her more flexible. But do you need C6? No. You can just keep her as is there. Keep her as is. Keep her as is. Hey, Septus, what's up? I'll see you. Okay. Yeah, Tarzan's cool. Tarzan's cool. In my experience, getting ER with Farzan is not that hard. Yeah, you just get more recharge. Like, it's annoying because RNG, but you just get more recharge. Raiden, I'll keep Raiden for a bit later. I want to get more characters in here. Let's go with... Who we go with? Kanich? Yeah, okay, Kanich is a good one. Let's do Kanich. Kanich is really strong. Kanich is very, very strong, but sometimes he can be so awkward. Oof. He's very strong, but sometimes he can be so awkward. He can be very awkward. But I think if you're assuming, like, the hardest place to play these characters is, like, something like Abyss, where everything is flat, it's fine, because his damage is still really good. Yeah, yeah. He is very single target, though. Yeah, I personally hate playing him, but that doesn't necessarily work against him. One thing people don't talk about him is his flexibility. What do you mean? Can you just A by having a homix aim? Let's see. Oh, this is a good question. Because he is so annoying to play, and he works against so many teammates that would be with him. He works against characters like Bennett, who would be really good with him because he needs to do burning. So you need pyro. So it's like, okay, let's have Bennett here. But sometimes he just wibble wobbles out of Bennett's burst. But I guess you do assume optimal play. This one's weird. But he hits very, very hard. Yeah, I think this feels fine for me. First, any team I'll hate them does you can just do shoot 3 times instead of 5. Really? I've never heard of that. I never heard of that. I would say All Hate Them's better. I guess I would need to see that more, I suppose. Yeah, I guess I would need to see that more. Because the way things I've seen with Kanich is just his classic, like, burning teams or whatever, what have you. Things that you would most often use with Kanich. His classic burning teams, just doing dendro damage in general, right? That's usually what I see. So I think based on that, I would put him right here. He is very strong. He hits very hard, but sometimes he just doesn't work with like the characters that you may have. And like one of his best teammates is like Emily, which is like a character you might not always have. Yeah, there's not too many teams I feel like you can play into. Yeah, see, somebody already thinks I put Mawika above Farina. No, I think Farina's better than Mawika, but I just wanted to put Mawika there. Just to see if people would think I put Mawika above Farina. I definitely think Farina's better, but I think it's funny if people think I think Mawika's better. Yeah, I'll put him here. C for crap. Yeah, in my heart, I want to put him here. In my heart, I put him down there, but if I'm using my logical brain, he does hit very hard. Okay, cool. Who's next? Let's do Lenny. Another Pyro DPS. Lenny's big struggle is like he needing more pyro characters can be pretty tough, but he does do good damage if you make him work. I'm thinking one of these two. I'm thinking one of these two right now. I think he's right with Tartaglia. Yeah, he does hit really hard if you can get him to hit hard. Lenny exists. Lenny does exist. Needing 3 pyro characters is pretty rough. Actually, I wonder how he is with Malwika. If he's good or bad with her. Uh, let's see. He hits very hard. The teams are very inflexible, though. Mm. I think maybe I would need to see more of Lenny to be like influenced to put him higher. But like I think Tartaglia is a bit more flexible if I'm doing like a direct comparison. Even though his main team is just national, that's like the bread and butter. You know what I mean? That's like the bread and butter compared to like Lenny's like needs 3 pyro and also he can very easily get interrupted type thing. I think even if you're assuming optimal play, like it's still pretty hard to like execute. Because you're either giving up a Nemo or like.
The campaign begins.
Well, I guess Shalodin, right? How did Shalodin work with him? I assume Shalodin's actually really good with him because then she gets at least some crystallized shields. Just thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Shalodin Kachina, his damage would be even higher than it used to be. Shalodin for sure, because you can at least get some crystallized now. Yeah, I think I just would need to see more. I think I can easily put him up here, but I think I would need to see more, so I'm gonna keep him down there. I'm gonna keep him down there. Gonna keep him down there. Here I am. It's Draglia. What's up? Okay. Let's do Shalonin. Speaking of Shalonin, she got mentioned. Shalonin's insane. Absolutely ridiculous. She's ridiculous. It's awe-inspiring that they made her as crazy as she is. So we're assuming if we assume C0R1, she is what is it? On par with C0. She's on par with Kazuha, which she's a side grade. It's just depending on what you want. Do you want the heal that she provides, or do you want the gathering that Kaza provides? At C0, they're similar. At C2, it's insane how insane she can get. Yeah, at C2, I do agree. At C2, she invalidates Kazuha's existence. Pre C2, she's a side grade. I think pre C2, if you compare her, with Veritas and Kazuha, and I've done the test with this one. She is just a side grade, and it's just kind of dependent on how you want to play or which one you want to play. Which one do you find more valuable? And her buffs last longer too. But Kazuha's buff is more powerful. That's why it evens out. Is because hers lasts for a longer time, but Kazuha's is more powerful. And then of course Kazuha's has the gathering, and he does good damage. And she has her healing and a little bit of crystallized shielding. And she can do like Night Soul stuff for like Mavuika, for example. But yeah, she's insane. If you want to get into the nitty gritty between her and Kaza, there's plenty of stuff. But anyway, she's ridiculous. Insane buffs, insane debuffs. Cinder City's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, there's the only bad thing about her is that if you want to play her in Geo, you can only play 2 Geo characters. That's the only bad thing about her, is that they force her to be DPS with 3 or more Geo, which is obviously runs against what you want to do with Geo because of Goru, right? A pure Geo DPS. That's the only negative about her. The only negative about her is if you want to play her in a pure Geo team, she's theoretically not the best. I don't want to say not the best. She theoretically goes against the idea that what you want to do with a pure Geo team because of Goru. So, yeah. That's the only quote unquote. It's not really a negative. That's just me forcing to think about a negative. She's just Navi of a support. Kinda, yeah. Anyway, let's do Goro. I think Goro is a good one as a jumping off point. I think Goru is like Farazan, right? I think Goru is like Farazan, where he's like the best Geo buffer. But I will say I'm going to. It's interesting. Because you have to play him, because he forces triple Geo, I want to put him down here. That's my only thing, is that he forces triple Geo, which is not necessarily something that you want to do. So that's the only reason I would put him down under Farazan, because Farazan just needs to exist, and then she goes crazy. And that's true, he's also cheeks at C0. That's a big factor. I'm actually going to put him even more down. I think that's even better, because that's 100% correct. He's pretty cheeks before C6. Yeah, and he's pretty bad at C0 too. Yeah, so I think this is perfect. He is the best Geo buffer. Geo in general, like, isn't too crazy. The craziest Geo character, who's Navia, doesn't even use him. And then, like, yeah, he does need constellations to get really good value. Not as bad as Sarah, though. Yeah, not as bad as Sarah. So I think this is a good spot. That's a good spot for him. That's a good spot. Okay, cool. Was Albedo banner lasting on Genshin? I don't know, but let's rank Albedo. You mentioned Albedo. Let's do Albedo. Mr. Albedo. Yeah, Albedo doesn't do much, unfortunately. I think he can share EM. Yeah, I don't know. Especially with Shiori existing, it's really hard to like give him more than this. It's really tough. It's really tough to give him more than that. Because Shiori does exist, and he just ain't doing too much. His damage is not very high. What he supplies for the party isn't very much. That's it. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. You could use him. There's definitely parties where you can use him if you build him, but I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't recommend it either. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's where he belongs. There's not too much to say. I don't really have much to say besides that. Chiori should be next. Okay, let's go the exact opposite direction. Chiori's ridiculous. She is very, very strong. Not the tippy top. I would not put her at the tippy top. But she's great. I think right now, Flex Instinct, I would put her there. I would put her there on Instinct. Very good off-fielder. One of the strongest off-fielders. Plenty strong. Of course, if you get the C1, she gets super duper insane. But even at C0, she's perfectly fine. People found out recently, like, the quote-unquote wheelchair comp with her and Shallonen makes her even more redonkulous. I mean, she's just great. You just slap her on a team. She'll do off-field damage. That's it. There you go. Easy as pie. She's like G-official. Wheelchair even at C0 is really good. Yeah, and then you have the wheelchair as an option. Yeah. I think this is fine. I think with C1, maybe I would put her up here. But yeah, she's great. Fantastic character. Speaking of official, let's put official. Official's still insane. I'd slap her right there. I think official's insane. Best aggravate character still. I think there's a certain other character here that has encroached on her position, that she's not as good as she was before this character because of this character existing, but she is still the tippity top for aggravate just because of her C6. But that is a C6, so I'll just put her right here. I think this is fine. Damage is great. Great for aggravate. Great for electro charge. If you get the C6, ridiculous. And then, yeah, she's just good. Is it Auroron? It is indeed. And let's do it right now. Auroron is like Fischl, but if you gave Fischl Cinder City and a Night Soul gauge. And that's all he needed. He just needs Cinder City and a Night Soul gauge, and he just goes to town. Too bad you're better off running Auroron on a different team before she's C6. Yeah, that's ultimately what it comes down to. And maybe, to be honest, I'll put him up here. To be honest with you, just so I can show the difference, like, the places where you can slap in Auroron is, like, many. You can slap him in a bunch of different teams. He will work the best in Electro Charge because he's kind of made for Electro Charge, but you can put him in, like, Overload with, like, Chevres. You can put him in Overload, like, with Chevres and things like that. I mean, he's just Fischl, but it can buff the team. Like, Fischl's ridiculous, and then you just give Fischl a buff. I mean, you give Fischl a set that can buff the team. It's like, yeah, it's going to be even more ridiculous. Like, he's great. Doesn't need constellations. If he gets some, he gets a little bit better. And, yeah, he's fantastic. Hydro Center City user when? No, that's insane. No, that would be insane. Okay. Mualani? Let's do Mualani as well. Is this the first, No, Mawika's there. Okay, yeah, this is the first pure DPS. Yeah, she is redonkulous. I'd put her up there. In terms of pure DPS, I think she deserves to be up there. Her one-hits are some of the strongest one-hits in the game. Bit clunky to play. Like, kind of like, what was it? Kinich. Definitely not as clunky as him, though. But, yeah. And she hits harder than Kinich. She is, my goodness. Yeah, she's the queen of the one-shots right now. She is clickbait, screenshot incarnate. And she's also really strong. I think she's the best. She might be the best single target character in this game. She might be the best single target character in this game. She struggles a bit. She struggles against like multi enemies, for sure. Especially if they're like very tanky. Um, but that doesn't mean she's bad. She's great. She's great, and she's Hawaiian. That's true. That's true. Yeah, in terms of pure DPS, definitely I would put her up here. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah, no question. No question about it. Wasn't Albedo in the last Chronicle banner? I don't think so. He's coming up though. He's coming up. Hazel? Okay, someone in YouTube chat recommended Hazel. Let's do it. Hey Maximilio. Let's do Hazel. Where is Hazel? Hazel's fine. Um this is probably where I would put him. No, maybe a little bit higher. Cause you can the thing with Hazel is like he's a Nemo, so he's never gonna be bad. You can play him as DPS if you want to. But you can also just kind of play him as support with Viridescent, and he's fine. Like, I think this is fair. He doesn't do anything like super duper insane, but in a bunch of places where you can use Viridescent, you can just use him. Like, yeah, he's good. He's fine. And you can't go wrong with him. Can't go wrong with him, but there's also not necessarily any particular reason maybe you would pick him. Yeah, he's fine. The thing is, like, if you just are a Nemo, you're just automatically fine. That's the thing with the Nemo. If you just are a Nemo, you're just automatically fine. Alright, cool. I'm fine with that. Let's see. He is very fun. I agree. He's very fun to play. I put him with Yanfei? I would not. I think Viridescence is a lot better than than anything Yanfei can do. Personally, I don't think Yanfei does anything that would be as good as Viridescent. Lynette is also carried by being a Nemo. All right, let's get Lynette in here. I agree with that, but like, this one's a little bit more tough. But you are right. She is just a Nemo. And being just a Nemo is one of the best things you can be. Viridescent is just so powerful. It's just so powerful. What does Lynette even do besides a Nemo? Not much else. That's it. That's all she really does. She just is a Nemo, and then her burst has a taunt. That's it. Her Rafael Observation application is actually pretty good. Yeah. Does buff attack? Does she actually buff attack? Okay, I'm mistaken then. She can also slot in as a sub off-field element. Okay. So her damage is actually pretty good. Okay, that's fair. There you go then. Yeah. Minimum being a Nemo is really good, and apparently her damage is not too shabby. Okay. Fair. Viridescent's just so good. Oh my goodness. Viridescent's so good, I'm surprised they made Cinder City. Anyone pass a buff attack? Okay. That's fair. Okay, cool. Who is next? Goat? Someone said goat. Alright, let's do Ganyu. Ganyu! I mean, she's still fine, I guess? Right? Like, the only bad part about Ganyu is that they're just better characters than Ganyu, but she's not bad, right? Iroh's still pretty insane. Mawika's out, so I assume she can be pretty good with Mawika. She's kind of awkward, yeah. Think that would work? Wanted Zhongli, but I got Jean. Ah, rip. Got any better after Sumeru? Oh, because like burning and stuff like that? That's true. You can do burning. Okay, you can do burning as well, yeah. Is she in the frequency chart at all in any of these? Yeah, she's 6 points. She's 6% in the frequency chart. You guys can't see it. It's a little bit. There it is. She's 6% on the frequency chart. So she's at least sort of used. In terms of like the DPS that are like, I would say reasonably strong are in here. I would say the reasonably strong DPS are in this one. So she's at least in this one in terms of frequency. Yeah. Excuse me. I think that's just slightly too high for her. I do think Linny and Emily are just better. I would agree. I would agree based on who else is also in that tier. I think in general, Linny, Emily, and what Farazin can provide is more than what Ganyu's providing. Yeah, like she's not technically Powercraft, but she's kind of Powercraft. But yeah, these other characters are just better than she is. And I wouldn't. Yeah, I think ultimately I would just need to see more Ganyu. It's great if you like her, but there are also other cryo DPSs. True. Speaking of other cryo DPSs, Rio Thesley, good old Rio Thesley. So there is a there's an idea out there that you need C1 Rio Thesley to make him work. This is not true. You can make Risley work at C0. It's annoying. Sometimes it takes more stamina, but you can do it perfectly fine. Risley's fine. I think Risley's perfectly fine. He's very strong. Um, Cryo's in like a weird spot right now. But when Wika did come out and that can work with him pretty well, he's got plenty of options. You can play him in like double pyro fine. You can play him with Farina and he's like absolutely fantastic, right? Like he's great. I think he's great. I don't know where this weird idea that you need C1 is. Just use stamina consumption food. Or just do like jump cancels. Like people can jump cancel on Hu Tao and not complain. I don't know why people complain about C0 Risley. Like you can't just jump cancel. Like it's literally the same concept. It's literally charge punch and then jump and then jump. Well, you do a little bit of the combo first. You do like a little bit combo, charge punch and jump. I don't like. I don't get it. I don't get it. He's great. Yeah, I think I'd put him. I'd bump him up. He's great. He's great. He's great. Best cryo DPS? Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. I would say so. Yeah, he's not insane at all. I think right with Tartaglia, I would agree with that. Right with Tartaglia under Kanich. Yeah, I would agree with that. Do a sleeper pick Beto? Sure. Alright, Beto. Beto is kind of a rough one because there's not necessarily anything bad with her. It's just that her strengths aren't really utilized very well. Like, she's the best with multiple enemies. Electrocharge also got a buff, but there's not really a time to use her strengths. Yeah, she's a perfectly suitable character. There's just not that many opportunities to use her strength. You're not going bad when you pick a Beto, but Beto is definitely a character that like you're picking early on when you have no other options and you want to do something like a Neuvillette type of idea. Well, it's nice to have a shield and there's you're fighting multiple enemies, but her strengths don't necessarily like it's not necessarily one that you would choose. At the same time, there are plenty of alternatives. Yeah, I think that's what C plus means to me. I think that's what C plus means to me is that they're good characters, but there are just better options out there, and the better options are what's on top of them. I think that's how I would rank C plus, where it's just like their unique attributes make them shine and give them unique spaces. But what all that these guys can do, these guys can do better. I think that's what C plus means to me. I think that's what C plus means to me. You only ever use her with other characters when she's like C2. Yeah, yeah. And even then, it's like, let's be honest. There is no situation where you take Beta where you can take Auroron. I think is ultimately what it comes down to. There's no situation where you're taking Beta over Auroron when you have Auroron. Why is Hazel above Yanfei? Viridescent. Yanfei is not beating Viridescent. Yeah, Yanfei is not beating Viridescent. In no way, shape, or form. Yeah. I mean, that's just unfortunate. That's the truth of it. The fact that Mulan is S+ territory is amazing for me. Yeah, Mulan is great. Hey, Olivia. Mulan is great. Alright, next character. She used to put him there when there are free characters who can use Viridescent better. I mean, yeah, but he can use Viridescent. He doesn't want to use Viridescent since he's DPS. Really? No, you can play him Viridescent. There's plenty of teams that can play him Viridescent. I've seen them plenty. Where you just play him as like a enabler / driver, just do Viridescent. No, it's not. It's not just that you can. Like people do. People do. You can play him DPS or you can play him as like driver. Yeah, you can play him Viridescent as driver, and people do. Rosaria, Diona. Let's do both. They're also very similar characters. Um, the problem with the end phase is the end phase nothing. Yeah, there's just not too much that she's providing, I suppose. Play him as Verdescent and Driver. Yeah. Where is Rosaria? There she is. Um, Cryofield's fine. There's just not many teams that are using Cryofield. That's it. That's about it. She's very flexible, very easy to play. You can slap her on any team if you need a Cryofield, but who's using a Cryofield? That's the only thing. It's just who's using a Cryofield right now. That's it. She's like Beto in a way. Where it's just like you can use her, but like what's doing that? Like I guess theoretically you could say that like she's kind of like Seat Lolly, but Seat Lolly is like good because Seat Lolly is buffing the team and what is it? She's buffing the team and can use Cinder City. Yeah, that's it. Nothing else to say about Rosario, unfortunately. Nothing else to say about Rosario. Kind of cut for Malvika? Yeah, that's about it. And there's better options. She's a cryo field that's there if you want to use it, but ain't nobody using cryo fields right now. Let's see. And then it was Rosaria Diona, right? Diona, I would say pretty similar. Yeah, pretty similar. But she can heal and shield, which can be a little bit more useful. Cause you do have things like Farina, which benefits off of healing. She's like a jack of all trades. She's a jack of all trades. She can heal, she can shield, she can do a cryo field. I don't think any of that is necessarily well. Yeah, I guess cryo's weird. I bet his last run was in April 2024, but they didn't run signature weapon. Ah, I see. Yeah, cryo's just in a weird spot right now. But I wouldn't say Diona's a bad character. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. Yeah. You can't really go wrong with Diona, but like there's a lot of player better options. Wanderer, that's a good one. Wanderer, he's pretty solid, honestly. He's honestly very solid. He's really strong. There's plenty of teams you can play him in. You can play him in a national style team. You can play him with Farazen, with Bennett Shenling. You can play him with like Yalan. Yeah, there's plenty of teams you can play him in. He's very flexible. You do get punished when you play him if you're not sure how to play him well, but I think if you assume optimal play, I think he's fantastic. I don't think he hits quite as hard as Kanich does. I do think he's pretty consistent though. Yeah, I think either one of these two. He's good though. He's very very good. Yeah, I think maybe these guys are a little bit more consistent. But there's nothing wrong with him. It's kind of tough. Yeah, this one's a little bit tough. But he's not like constellation locked either. He's not really constellation locked. He can be pretty difficult to play, but yeah, you assume optimal play. Because Chaska's better. I do. I mean, I would agree that Chaska's better. I don't think that bumps him down necessarily. Yeah, I think any day of the week I could put him either or. I'm gonna keep him up here just so the Xiao mains can get mad at me. I'm joking. I do think he's better than Xiao. In general. In general. Xiao can get better than him, but you need a whole nother character for that. You need Cloud Retainer for that one. But I think you can put him down here any day. You could even put him here, honestly, any day of the week. I think he can do in any of the tiers. I think depending on who's playing them and how they're playing them, he can be in any one of these three. But I'll put him in that one because I think he's great. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. Honestly, I would say the biggest downside about him is that his best artifact set is a weird set to go grind for. That's probably the worst part about that and being knocked out of every single attack because he's made of paper mache. Those are probably the two negatives I would give him, is that he's made of paper mache. Charlotte? Let's put Xiao below him. We'll save Xiao. We should do Xiao though. Here, let's take a little break. Let's do Charlotte first, then we'll do Xiao. Let's see. Where is Charlotte? She should be with the Fontaine characters, right? There she is. Charlotte's great. Charlotte's great. Healing is there. I don't think you struggle too hard with particles. It is a team heal, so that works really well for Farina. Cryo as its own isn't doing too much though. I think that's fair. Other creator stuff is out? Okay. Yeah, I mean, she's a good healer for Farina, but I think a bunch of characters are good healers for Farina. And then aside from that, cryo application slaps. But when are you using cryo application? You know what I mean? That's the same thing I said about Rosaria. Is that like makes a great cryo field, but not too many people are making cryo fields except for Sea Lolly. But Sea Lolly forces you to use a cryo field. Farina freeze. Yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of like frequency, you know what? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I guess she is down here in the charts. If we want to go based on data, she is down here in the charts. With characters like Toma, Fadazen, Chevres. Yeah, okay. I'll bump her up. I'll bump her up. I'll bump her up. I think that's fine. The worst part about her is being cryo. That's probably the worst part about her is being cryo. But yeah, team heal's good. She's pretty flexible to play. She's good. She's good. She's good. What's her weapon? Is her weapon Catalyst? Dragon Slayer? Also an option, I suppose. Yeah, she's good. She's fine. Cool. Okay, let's do Xiao. Xiao is... Again, if we're assuming, right? If we assume C0, R1, and Cloud Retainer is a factor to make him good, man, honestly, I would put him right here. If you don't have Cloud Retainer, my guy struggles. He's crying. Call Xiao, he's crying. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't have Cloud Retainer, it's a pretty... Yeah, you really do just need her. But I will say, when you get her, she is pretty ridiculous. Like, if I was judging based on, like, you know, perfect scenario, exactly what this character wants, like, honestly, Xiao is really hard. Like, he hits really well. Like, you could maybe even put him up here, maybe. But at least here, like, minimum here with Cloud Retainer. But that is a factor to consider. So I think right there would be enough, I feel. Yeah, with full premium, I think he can definitely go up here for sure. But if Cloud Retainer did not exist, I'd probably put him down here. But Cloud Retainer does exist, so I'll bump him up there. But yeah, needing a whole nother character is pretty... Needing a whole nother character who isn't used very frequently is like more heavy, if that makes sense. Because people might say like, oh, a lot of characters would want like Farina and like whatever, what have you, right? And it's just like, oh, but you put Cloud Retainer this high, and it's just like, well, there's a difference between what a character is capable of and like how frequently somebody would pick them up. You know, I think those are two separate kind of things. A lot of people are more frequently going to pick up Farina than they are going to pick up Cloud Retainer, even though Cloud Retainer is very good. Not many people have picked her up. And so that is something you got to consider. Because again, I think we're basing this not off of maximum potential, because I think that's a very, very different thing. Maximum potential is very, very different than just like standard, right? I think if the standardization is C0R1, that's the standardization for the 5 stars is C0R1. And then if you need something extreme, you gotta factor that in. Someone said Sheet Lolly. Okay. Sheet Lolly's also insane. She's really good. Cinder City, insane. Having Night Soul is great. She makes melts really, really, really good. Yeah, one of these two. Bare minimum here, I would say. I would say bare minimum right there. She's really great. Even I'm sure even some Hydro teams, that ones that can use the freezes, are also really good, like Neuvillette, for example. Yeah, I don't know. She's really good. Yeah. She's really good, a little bit more specific than a character like, yeah, speaking of Zhongli, like a really more specific than him because she's specifically for Pyro and Hydro. But if you are those Pyro and Hydro characters, you feel like she's right here. You feel like she's right here. That's for sure. I mean, I don't know. New list. Might as well put her up there, right? Get the new character hype going on. I'm fine with that. Get a bit more new character hype. Yeah, I'll put her there for now. I think maybe realistically I would put her down here. Just because I think the characters up here are just even more insane. But yeah, sure, why not? Makes good characters better. Yeah. If you're Pyro and Hydro, you have C Lolly, your character is just better. Your character is just better. They're great. They're insane. They're powerful. She's good. Good shield. Shield is good. Even her own personal damage is also decent. Her personal damage is also decent. Pretty flexible to play. Cinder City's redonkulous. If you're a Pyro or Hydro character, this is one of the best teammates you can have. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's also true. She revived Freeze. Freeze went from being bad to being great with her. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. Freeze is good now because she makes Freeze good. It's kind of like what Navia did. Speaking of Navia, yeah, let's look at Navia now. Navia's great. Absolutely fantastic character. Very good damage. Very easy to play. Very strong. Plenty of good teams to use her in. Yeah. Gets even better when you get her weapon or a constellation. There's also plenty of great free-to-play options for her. Yeah, player in a national type team, player with Farina, player with Yelan, Q, Bennett. Freaking, you could maybe even play her with C Lolly. Okay, I probably wouldn't, but yeah, she's great. She's great. Shalonen's also new. That also helps her. She got a little bit of a buff with Shalonen. Play Navia, Shalonen, Bennett, Shunling. Gonna go to the races with that. It's gonna be insane. Play Navia, Farina, Shalonen, like Bennett or something like that. You're also gonna go to the races with that. Yeah, and her weapons are really flexible too. She's great. Fantastic. Fantastic. We'll put her next to Thorant. Why not, right? Aloy should be an Aloy. Aloy is definitely an Aloy. Aloy is definitely an Aloy. Okay, who are we doing next? Let's do Kokomi. Yeah, see, the second person. I need to do a tally now, see? I need to do a tally how many people think I'm putting Malvika ahead of Farina. This is great. That's 2 people so far. No, I just put Malvika. The tiers are not ranked in between the characters. I just decided to put Malvika there just because she's the newest character. But I also think it's funny if people think that I think that Malvika is better than Farina. Farina is definitely better than Malvika. But I think it's funny if people think that I think Malvika is better. Okay, Kokomi. The vein is working. Kokomi. She's good. There's plenty of teams Kokomi's working in, but is Kokomi ever the best? I guess is my big thing. Is Kokomi ever the best? Is my biggest question. Like, she can work in plenty of teams. She's one of the best healers in the game, but is that ever being the best at anything? When you compare Kokomi to other healers, especially with Farina, she falls apart. Only single target heals, unless you burst, yeah. And even then, she isn't building Farina that fast. Yeah. You use them in Hyper Bloom, but you can use a bunch in Hyper Bloom. Yeah, I think this is fine for her. I think that's perfectly fine for her. I think that's perfectly fine. Jellyfish is kind of miserable. I've seen her use on field with Farina, and they're used together. Right, but like anybody can do that, you know what I mean? Like anybody can do that. You can do that with Charlotte. I don't think her own personal... What is it? What she personally brings to the table, even with Farina into account, isn't enough that I would put her up higher. She's not a bad character at all, and if you have her, there's plenty of teams you can use her in. But her capability is, at the best, is not really being used. Is she in the Abyss rankings? Let's see. Actually, you know what? I should make the... different window. Boop. Here we go. Make a different window for this one so we can see the charts better. There we go. Okay. So is Kokomi in the charts? No. Unless I'm blind. Kokomi. Unfortunately, I don't have all the charts for all the characters. Okay, she's there. Some people are still using Kokomi, but she's kind of yeah, with these similar characters like Shenhua. She's with Wanderer here, Tartaglia. Yeah, so relatively kind of where I'm putting her is pretty congruent. Yeah, it's pretty congruent with like the rest of it. Maybe I think some people would put her higher. I'm gonna put her lower. I think you theoretically could put her in like any of these 1, 2, 3s, maybe. I think depending on how much experience you have with her, but I'm gonna personally put her lower than if like yeah, this is like average. I'm gonna put her a bit lower than average. Okay, cool. Why not place them in order in the tiers? That would take way too much time. Also, it's funnier if people think that I think Movica is better than Farina. I might rank it in the tiers to mess with people. I might do that, but aside from that, no, it's just not worth it. Look, listen, most of this list is like S, A, and B. Like it's already super specific. Like S is like these two together. A is 3 tiers in one. B is like 2 tiers. Most of these characters are like A and up. They're already so close together anyway. Okay. Kakumi is always below Baizu. I agree with that. I would agree with that. Okay. True, I see my week at the top making me sad I'm not playing for it. Well, you better put my week then. You better put my week then. Alright, who's next? Let's do... Abyss has been putting a lot more mobile enemies as well, so Hydra application becomes really bad. True. So I know. You know what I know. It's Sino. Sino is a very okay character. Sino's held back a lot by, like, things don't really work with his game plan. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, he's good, but nothing is really working with what he wants to do, except for, like, Nahida and, like, Baizu. But, like, even those are, like, premium 5 stars, so if we're assuming C0R1 for, like, you know, the flat, like, this is the stage, right? The stage that we're presenting here is C0R1, then yeah, right here. Nothing about his damage is bad, and you can use him in plenty of teams, like Aggravate or Hyper Bloom. But yeah, a lot of his best stuff is locked behind premiums. Senna still doesn't have a support tailor made for him, and yeah, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, if he had a character specifically made for him, perfectly made for him, like... If they made, like, Dendro Yalan, I don't know. If they made Dendro Yalan, like, maybe we would be cooking, but that ain't the case. That ain't the case. He suffers like Xiao, but is a little bit worse. Yeah, I'd probably agree. Because, yeah, Xiao's saving grace is that Cloud Retainer. Sino doesn't have a saving grace. He has things you can do, but those things you can do are pretty premium options. He does not... I can confidently say I don't think he has a free-to-play team. Like, I think you can scrounge together a free-to-play team, but I don't think anybody in good faith would recommend a hard free-to-play team. I think you could definitely scrounge one together, but I don't know if you would, like, recommend it. I don't know if anybody would recommend it. You can, but you can't with anybody. You know what I mean? You can't with anybody. Did you see the Invisible Woman gameplay earlier? At the Gooner skin? I did. That is quite the skid. I'm not surprised that they released that immediately with her, but geez. He has some MacGyver teams to make him work. Yeah. If you don't have premium. If you have premium options, I think if you have premium options, like I would honestly put him like here or maybe even here. But minimum here if you have his premium options like Nahida, Baizu, etc. But you're not recommended to always have them. Based on this list, you're not recommended to always have them. I mean, not recommended. You're not ranked on always having them. You're ranked on like, you know, C0R1 and then going off that. One thing Sino has over Xiao is that his gear is more free to play, but not his teammates. That's valid. I think the only difference though is that Cloud Retainer skyrockets Xiao. Even with his premium options, he's just like super solid. But yeah, Xiao with Sky Retainer is like really good. Okay, cool. Somebody in YouTube chat said Shunling. Let's do Shunling. Shunling. Oh my goodness. The Pyro Archon is gonna power creep Shunling. What are we gonna do? No, they didn't. Even if they power creep Shunling, guess what? Then you would have had two Shunling. This character is ridiculous. There's not gonna be another character that ignores internal cooldown. They're not gonna make one. Shunlings are donkulous. she just use. You can also just use them together. You can also just do that. This character's ridiculous. Yeah. Oh boy, 2K. Yeah, exactly. It's like I would say, like, me personally, I think you do need to do more testing. I think Malika is better than Shunling because you don't need to worry about like energy, and she can buff the team. Shunling is ridiculous. She's so strong for no reason. She is so strong for no reason. She ignores the inherent cooldown that the game has on reactions. She literally like breaks the game, legitimately. She sucks to build. Yeah, that's fair. She can be pretty difficult to build. But even with a suboptimal build, like Shanling is still hitting pretty hard. Like as long like even if you just focus on energy and not focus too much on like critical, she's still hitting pretty hard. Shelly Mawika Bennett, Shallonen is strong and extremely easy to play. That too. You just do Pyro Supremacy. You can't just do Pyro Supremacy and it's ridiculous. And her interaction with Bennett makes her like keep that ridiculousness in. Yeah, I put her next to Bennett. Yeah, her interaction with Bennett is still absolutely ridiculous. I also hate Sean like she deserves that spot. Yeah, this is yeah. She's like the melee fox of like Genshin. It's like you may hate her, but like she's just always gonna be there, and you can't do anything to stop her. You cannot end her reign of supremacy. She's just too powerful. She's just too powerful. That too. She can also use every single polearm in the game really well. She has a free to play team. She has a premium. She has premium weapons. She has free to play weapons. Yeah, like her being attack recharge EM is so annoying to build, but it's also really good because that means every weapon is good for her. There's not a weapon that is bad for her in terms of like the premium weapon. Everything is a Shunling buff. Every single time you see something, that's a Shunling buff. Half the characters on this S plus are Shunling buffs. Lali's a Shunling buff. Mulani's a Shunling buff. Shalonen's a Shunling buff. Yolan's a Shunling buff. Bennett's a Shunling buff. Farina's a Shunling buff. Mawika's a Shunling buff. Every character on here is better with Shunling. You cannot end her reign of terror. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. You really can't. Okay. Yeah, she's great. She's insane. What is her ranking actually? Let's go back here for a little bit. I'm curious where I'd assume she's pretty high. Yeah, 30%. She's number 3 when it comes to the 4 stars. 1, 2, 3. The Bennett Shinkyu Shunling. The trio of terror right here. That's the trio of terror of 4 stars. And she's still right here to this day. You can't stop the trio of terror. Speaking of trio of terror, let's get the third one on here. Let's get the third one on here. We got Shinkyu. Shinkyu's still ridiculous. He's not going anywhere either. I don't think anybody thought he was going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. I just put him there to show him on screen. Yeah, the monster. This is the monster. Yeah, there you go. That's the monster trio. The monster trio of 4 stars. They're not going anywhere ever. They're not. They're never going anywhere. If they start going somewhere, like something's wrong with the game. They're never going anywhere. They're staying up here regardless. Yeah, what is it? Hydra application so strong. He's very strong in general. The only bad thing about him is that his E is on a pretty high cooldown. So if you don't have Sacrificial Sword or what is it? Favonius or slash if your Sacrificial doesn't proc or your Favonius doesn't proc, like maybe you're out of the rotation. But that's just like a building thing. Like once you make him work, it's just he's redonkulous. He's redonkulous. The Cry Orca is gonna make her better too. Oh man. Yeah, cool. I think we gotta make the thing a little bit smaller now so we can see the whole list. Yeah, unfortunately, this list is gonna get visually smaller as we go. I wish you could double stack these, but yeah. Okay, cool. Who's next? Move Milani in front of Mawika for maximum. No, I think Mawika being there is better. Noelle? Okay. Noelle's a weird one. Where is she? Noelle's a strange one. Um, yeah, like Geo DPS that gets better with Farina. I don't know. I don't know if I would put her beyond this though. Yeah, she is great with Farina, but that's kind of like the Shao problem almost. It's almost like the Shao problem a little bit. Yeah, either one of these two. Either one of these two. I mean, I guess it's kind of a similar idea of like D-Luke and like Cloud Retainer. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, she is really good with Farina. Farina, I mean, that's just, but that's more saying about Farina than it is saying about Noelle. Noelle just got really convenient that she heals the whole team. It's the Shao thing again. Shao problem. I'm gonna use that as a phrase when something is dependent on something else. Yeah, it's the Shao problem. I think either or. She can go either or. I like Noelle though, so I'll put her up here. But I think any day of the week she can easily be down here. Because Farina exists, put her there. Without Farina, she's down here, I think, for sure. But with Farina, I think you put her either in one of these two. I'll put her there because I like Noelle. I'll put her there. Farina also works in any team. Correct. But she does actively help Farina as well as Farina helping her. She also kind of needs C6. That is true. Okay, I'll bump it down because you do need C6. That is actually a very big factor. You do low-key, high-key need the C6. If you don't have that, like, you're just throwing around marbles. Yeah, that's true. I put her down here just because that is very true. You do need the C6. If you didn't need the C6, I would put her there. But because you do, I'll put her down here. Okay, cool. Somebody on YouTube recommended Chaska. All right. Chaska's fantastic. Great. New Genshin code dropped? Oh, what is it? Chaska is absolutely fantastic. Fantastic character. Yeah, I think I would put her up there. Whether or not I put her up here is a good question. Cause she's really strong. She's really, really, really strong. Really strong. Very easy to play. Like, if we're talking the best like character a free to play player can go for, if we're just talking like stats and like we're just talking like, oh, what is a DPS character somebody who's like free to play can go to no matter what other characters they get? Yeah, I think it's got to be Chaska. She's in terms of team building, she's as universal as like Niviletta is, maybe a bit better, because it really is just have a Pyro, have a Cryo, have an Electro, have a Hydro. And like of those four, you pick any three team members you want and it'll work pretty well. There's definitely better, characters that she can have over other characters, of course. But even if you just have that, she's still really good. Like, she's very, very flexible. Like, I think, arguably, I think she is the most flexible DP. Like, in terms of like DPS only, I think she's the most flexible. With Navi and Clarin, that seems a bit fair. Even with Clarin, I think I'm gonna keep her up here only because, like, if you genuinely really want to, you can kind of play her with whatever, and you can still make it work because she's always hitting very hard. Like, I think maybe if it settles a bit more, I would put her with them, because I do think it's a very similar archetype to these characters. For sure. And I wouldn't put her, like, if I was ranking this in the tier, I do think she would be put definitely under like character like Mualani or something like that. But I definitely think she would be up here just because, again, she is the most universal, or rather flexible. She is the flexible DPS. Her team Elijah is kind of similar to Navia. Kinda, yeah. But she's a bit more broad though, I feel. Let me think. Because, okay, I think what makes her more broad is that she the word's escaping right now. Navia does need a reaction, right? Navia does need a reaction, and there are plenty of times where you're just not getting enough crystal procs. Like you might need a second Geo character. You like a lot of times you can play her solo Geo, but having her with double Geo is a little bit better, just so you can consistently get those crystallized shields. Because sometimes you're not gonna get like full six shot. Like you know, you should always be aiming for the full six shot with Navia, but sometimes you're not gonna be getting it all the way. But with Chaska, they just need to exist. Like they can be dead. I don't know if many people know this. If a character dies in your party, Chaska will still get their bullet. Like let's say for example you put Chaska with like Shinkyu. If Shinkyu dies, it doesn't matter. She still gets the Hydro bullet. Like literally, she still gets the Hydro bullet. You can never switch to your other four team members, and like she can still get that bullet. Which is great. Yes, it works even if they're dead. Yeah. I think maybe next time I do the list, I might put her back down. But for now, I want to put her up here. I want to put her up here. Kind of funny. All right, cool. Who's next? We did a good character. Let's do a stinker. Let's do a stinker. No, Chucky. Who's the worst character I see that's left? They're actually pretty. They're actually pretty decent. Most of these characters. Mona. Okay. Yeah, but I said Mona is my hot take character. I think Mona's pretty bad. I honestly think Mona's pretty bad. Like, I think what she provides is something very unique, and you can hit certain numbers with it. But like, yeah, like nobody's using her. Like that's the biggest thing, is that nobody's using her. The only time you're using her is for like screenshot. You're just using her for screenshot stuff. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. You're just using her for screenshot DPS. That's it. All she has is the bubble. Like you can use her in like hyperbloom situations, I guess, but like use Barber for that. No, I mean I wouldn't put her with Xinyan. Well, I mean at least Xinyan has like whatchamacallit, Mulan kind of. I don't know. I mean screenshot is something that is unique to her. People will bust her out for that at some points, and she is very useful for that. I don't know. But you could easily put her down here any day of the week. Oops, not Amber. You can easily put her down here, but I'll keep her right here. It's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think Mona's that good. Chongyun. Yeah, Chongyun kind of bad. Yeah, there's nothing really he's doing. He has a cheap burst that you can throw out. That's cool. He used to be using national, but there's just better characters now. That's it. That's it. He just kind of has an okay burst, and that's it. He just doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything, and there's like no team that wants him, and Cryo sucks. Like at least with Xinyan can kind of be used with Mulanni. Like it's a little bit something, but it's a something. It is a something. DPS Shenhua? Oh no. Not the DPS Shenhua. His nuke damage is huge, but that's it. Yeah. He's budget national when you already have better budget national options. Okay. Alright. Who's next? Speaking of Kazuha, to Kazuha. Kazuha's great. Kazuha's great. Again, if we're assuming C0, R1, fantastic. Viridescent's ridiculous. His gathering is still the best in the game, I think. Yeah. I think his gathering is still the best in the game. Swirling is good. He's strong, does good damage. Viridescent's broken. He's great. I think if constellations are not a factor, he's a side grade to Shallonen. I think with constellations, Shallonen's better. But yeah, they're side grades of each other, which it's good. I think I prefer if Genshin does more side grades than they do power creep. So, and that's good. That's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's ridiculous. He's still ridiculous. How often is he used now? Even with yeah, he's still 67%. Even with Shallonen like being like better with constellations, he's still used very frequently. So it's a no-brainer. 4-star Kazuha? Okay, let's do Sucrose. Sucrose is fantastic. She's great. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Viridescent's broken. She is a catalyst, so you can run Dragon Slayer. Her Anemo application is good. Her gathering is at least decent. What else? She's just great. She's just fantastic. She's fantastic. The only bad part about her is that they're just better in emo character. Or the Kaza exists, but no, she's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's fantastic. And she can EM share too. Does she need a constellation to EM share? I don't remember, but I know she can EM share as well, which is pretty nice if you have a character that relies on EM. No, okay, yeah, and she can EM share. That's cool. She's good. She's good. She's a good character. She's a good character. She's good. She's good. She's good. She's great. Cool. Cool. Who's next? Who's next? Let's do a lot of stuff here. There's still a lot of stuff here. Who should we pick? Let's do Nilou. Nilou, the one build character. You have one build. It is Bloom. And it's not bad, but it's definitely not as good as it used to be, I feel. I feel like natural Bloom ain't hitting like it used to a little bit. I'll put it right there for now. Yeah, I mean it's one build. It's a good build. Natural Bloom. It'll see results. But I don't know. I don't think they make them like they used to. Is she ranked? Let me see. I wonder if there are people still using her. Yeah, she's half of Kokomi's usage in the most recent Abyss. She's half. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it ain't like, Bloom ain't like it how it used to be. Still strong, but people just don't care to run it anymore. Yeah, I think this is fair. Maybe even this, to be honest with you. Maybe New is my hot take as well. Yeah, it's fine. Natural Bloom is good. She's strong. But especially if you're fighting a solo, oh my goodness, you fight her against like a boss, it's pretty rough. As long as you have like 2 enemies, it's not too bad. But once you get into the 1v1, it's rough. It is rough, and she's also really boring to play too. I think it's also some good Vaporize builds. Yeah, you can do Vaporize. You can make Vaporize work for sure. For sure, you can make Vaporize work. But what she wants to do is Natural Bloom. What she wants to do is just generic Bloom, and that don't cut it these days. Okay. Alright, next character. Let's go in the opposite direction. Kutching is on the rise. Dude. Like, she's got a lot of good characters that help her out. Yeah, honestly, she's great. She's in a good spot. She's in a very nice spot. She's got plenty of teams. Like, Electro's been getting a lot of good help with, like, I don't know how well she does in Chevres, but I think you could play her in Chevres. But she got some great characters. Kitchen gets, like, 1 buff per agent. Yeah. Very flexible with the damage. She can burst a lot. She can do a lot of damage. A lot of people experiment with her. Is she ranked? I don't know if she's... Yeah, she actually is, surprisingly. Well, kind of. She's the lowest. She's on the lower tier. But I definitely see a lot more with her compared to some of the other kind of middling characters. Maybe I wouldn't put her so high. Like, maybe I would put her right here. But she's great. She got 2 in Atlan? What? Shilonen and who? I assume one of them is Shilonen. Did she get another buff? Was it Auroron or like someone else? Her cons are not needed at all, too. Yeah, that's true. Because Kitching is harder to play for the same result as Clorand. Kitching and Auroron. Or Shilonen and Auroron. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think here. If there's plenty of teams you can play with her to make her work. She's surprisingly flexible with like the teams you can put her in, but you do need to put some elbow grease to make her work. You do need to put a bit of elbow grease. But she's fine. She's cool. She's chill. She's good. Definitely a lot better than before. Okay, cool. Alright, we did Kazuha. Let's do Venti. Now let's do Venti. Venti is king of the trash mobs, and that would put him right here. He is good at one thing, and that one thing is not a useful thing, unfortunately. Venti is the king of trash mobs, and that doesn't matter. There's not really any point in time that being the king of trash mobs is a good thing or like is an important thing, but it has that. You think that's high? Yeah, I guess so. You're right. Yeah, it is pretty high. Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair. Here, we'll put him above. I'll put him at least above the 4 stars. Even though I'm not ranking in the rank. Now that we can skip Abyss Floors, he actually got worse. That is unironically true, actually. That is unironically true. Venti's fall off needs to be studied. Venti's fall off is called Kazuha exists. Venti's fall off is called Kazuha is existing right now in this video game. Oh man. Honestly, to be honest, it might even be better to play Farzan as Viridescent more so than Venti. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Just because his animation's a little bit longer. I don't know. It's rough. It's rough out here if you play in Venti. That's my excuse to use it because I like Venti. I mean, the Twister's cool. It's just that so many enemies don't care about the Twister. They just walk past it. They literally just walk past it. And you got to deal with Genshin's bad targeting. Even with C6, which is pretty good. It's almost an Anemo Traveler. It's also good at Anemo Traveler. Ow. Yeah, it's rough being Venti. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. Okay. Who's next? Let's do. Who's that, Rich? Let's do. I can only use him for my BP line. All right, let's do who I think is still the best DPS in this game. Let's do your boy Neuvillette. Neuvillette's the king. He's insane still to this day. It's been a year. He's still good. Are they ranked within the tiers? Nah. But I did put some characters in front of some characters to trigger people. But they are not ranked within the tier. No. Yeah, Neuvillette's insane. Damage, insane. Team builds, there's 10,000 to the moon. Good in groups. Good against bosses. We are doing the C0 R1. He definitely gets a lot better with C1, but he's still insane at C0. You just need to know how to know attack patterns and just move your character and you'll be fine. Yeah, he's insane. Yeah, true. That one person who said Nebulette's a bad character. And he got better with this patch, too. Shilonen made him better. Seat Lolly made him better, too. You'll see it zoom out a bit more now because the S rank got higher. Neuvillette gets really boring after a while. I think it's a case by case. I still find Neuvillette really fun just because you can. If you couldn't Beyblade spin, I would agree with you. But listen, sometimes getting on a Neuvillette and Beyblading, it hits different. Sometimes Beyblading hits different. Make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Just so you guys can see the whole thing. S Plus is crowded. Yeah, there are good characters in this video game. There's good characters in the video game. Cool. Yeah, Neuvillette's insane. Damage, insane. Range, insane. Good in teams. Good against group mobs. Good against bosses. Yeah, Hyper Bloom, Vaporize, Freeze. Now with Seat Lolly, you have Freeze now as a viable option. It's every reaction, every Hydra reaction in the game. It's great. It's great. Not a hot take. I find him boring too. I think most people find him kind of boring after a while. I don't think that's a hot take at all. He's very very straightforward. The last one. Is this by value or strength? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's strength. It's strength. The metric is C0R1 for 5 stars, and yeah, it's just based on strength more or less. How good the character is. Just your typical tier list. I think Malvika should be on the lower end. Maybe. I think maybe. What is it? The thing with Malvika is that, like, if I was ranking within the tier, I would definitely put her a lot more back in it. Like, definitely Farina Neuvillette is, like, I would put still at the front. But yeah, she's in terms of like being inside the tier, definitely she deserves it. Damage is insane. Plenty of teams. Off fielding is still really strong. Good damage boost. Good off fielding damage. Doesn't have to deal with like the recharge problem Shunling does. Yeah. Rina and Uvula, Bennett, Shalon over here. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Yeah, they're not rearranged in the like within the tiers. They are not arranged, but I'm putting Malvika ahead of Farina just so people think that they're arranged within the tier. Cause it's funny. Yeah, I might rearrange S rank, S plus specifically for that. I might at the end, but that would be at the end. All right, continuing on. All right, who's next? Yeah, I'm gonna take a backseat to the S plus just because S plus is getting kind of big. Let's do some of the more middling characters. Somebody said Ningguang, right? Um, unless somebody can, someone can convince me. I'm putting Ningguang right there. I don't think she's really doing anything. It's just Geo DPS. I don't think Geo DPS is that good. That's it. Chaska should be a lower tier unless she does that much damage. I put Chaska up there solely based on the fact that I think she is the most flexible DPS in the entire game. Because it literally is just have 4 different elements, and then she can do really good damage. I think realistically, maybe I would put her a bit lower, like if I did this again. But at least for right now, I'm just putting her up there based on that merit. And her damage is very good. And she's very easy to play. And she's good in groups and bosses. She's just rich, yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do some of the more middling characters. Let's do some of the more middling characters really quickly. Lisa. Lisa is a character. You can use Lisa in a couple different teams, but nothing super insane about her. Speaking of, what is it? The Chaska. You can play her with Chaska and do some really fun stuff. You can kind of play her with Trevor a little bit, but yeah, she ain't doing anything that crazy. Yeah, that's where I would put her. What's his face? Kaya, kind of the same thing I would put with what is Shinyan? Like nothing about what he does is bad, but who's using a cryo field? He's kind of like Rosaria, but Rosaria's a little bit more flexible. But he's fine. Puts out a nice cryo field. The cryo field does pretty good damage. But who the heck is using a cryo field? Who's using a cryo field? Dendro buffed her a lot. Okay, that's fair. No, that's a good. That's fair. That's fair. I'll give her that. She's actually quite good with Dendro with her debuff or whatever. Mawika. Mawika is probably using Hydro ahead of Cryo, unless the Cryo's name is Seat Lolly. But Seat Lolly isn't good because she's Cryo. Seat Lolly is good because she's Seat Lolly, and she forces herself to be good. It's a little bit different story with Seat Lolly. Yeah, without Seat you're definitely playing her with Vaporize, I think. All right, let's keep it on the middling path. Chi Chi, she's not doing anything. I don't think she's doing anything at all. She can't even make particles. She can't really make particles. She has some pretty good healing if you hit the enemy and you get the sigil on them, but that doesn't really do too much. That's it. She's not good. She unfortunately is not good. Honestly, hot take. I think Mona's worse than Chi Chi. Kind of low key hot take, but yeah, because at least with Farina, like healing inherently has value because Farina, but we're not there for that hot take yet. We're not there for that hot take yet. But yeah, this is fine. Cool. Barbara's fine. Healing hydro stuff. Yeah, anything that you can use Hydro with, you can use Barbara, but nothing that she does is like insane. And I guess you could use it with Farina if you're really struggling for some like double Hydro that can heal the team. You can. I don't think anybody would really, but you can. But she's fine. Okay. Let's do one more middling character and then we'll go to another good character. Let's do. Let's rank. Yeah, someone said Fremine. Um, yeah, I don't know. Fremine's kind of stuck being a DPS that's kind of physical, but his damage is not bad though. I guess that's the one thing kind of saving Fremine is his damage isn't necessarily bad actually. If you actually take the time to build up a Fremine, it's really not that bad. It's really, really, really not that bad. It's not amazing or anything like that, but it's not that bad. Yeah, maybe one day when physical is better, he'll be better. But yeah, he's fine. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. Okay, let's do a character that's like really good but not insane. A character I would put in S but not S plus, like Shinobu. I think Shinobu's a good poster for that. Yeah, one of the best Hyper Bloom characters. That's it, and that's all she needs to be. That's all she needs to be. She's actually quite annoying to play sometimes because of the way her healing works. Sometimes she doesn't heal herself that well, and you can sometimes get clipped if you don't have C6 and then she dies in a restart. Um, but that doesn't hopefully happen too often to you. But yeah, she's the Hyperbloom bot, and she's really good. And you just need to build EM, which is very easy to build, and then that's it. She's great. She's great. She's great. She's great. She's great. She's great. You said Mika? Yeah, Mika is a character. He buffs physical, but physical's not good. So, but at least he has a purpose. I don't know. That's where I would that's the long and short of what I would say about Mika is that he buffs physical and I think he buffs attack speed too. But buffing that isn't really. Yeah, and you do need C6 to get a lot of good value out of him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it goes beyond that. I don't think it goes beyond that. He's good for physical, but physical in itself is just not very good. Don't do Candace. Alright, well saving Candace for when Snooze gets back. Instead of Candace. Do Candace. Take a break from the list, I need to go home. We're almost done. He buffs the worst limited DPS in the game. Do Dia instead. Dia. Let's do Gaming. Let's do Gaming. Gaming's great. He's honestly one of the best 4-star DPSs. Gaming's actually really good. Right here, I think it's fair. Gaming's good. Gaming's good. If you can pair him up with a Cloud Retainer, he gets even better. But he's solid. Solid. Very solid 4-star DPS, and I think that's all he needs to be. Dia's fine. Yeah, at this point, that's not a hot take. Let's do Dia. Let's do Dia. Why not? Gaming's probably better than D-Luke. Probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he was better than D-Luke. Oh yeah, for the 4 stars, by the way, I think assume C2 for the 4 stars. If they need C6 or if C6 is a big jump, that's a factor to be considered. But assuming C2 for these for these 4 stars. Because early constellations, if some characters need it versus like late constellations, I think can make a big difference. C6 game can be a tier difference. I agree with that. I would agree with that. I think if you're ranking this C6 Gaming, I think you would put him up here. But specifically for this list, I'm not doing that. Because yeah, if they what is it? If C6 is a big jump or they need it, then that is to be considered. That's why who else was affected by that? Another character was affected by that, and I forget who. Oh, Goru. Yeah, I put Goru here because he does need the C6 to not be bad. Also, C0 is pretty bad over him. Or else I would put Goru higher as well. Yeah, if C6, I think I do agree with putting him up here, but yeah. Not a factor, not a factor, not a factor. Okay. Yeah, let's do Dia. Dia, honestly, Dia's fine. Like, yeah, anybody that says Dia's bad, they're just either not really playing the game, or like, there's plenty of things she can do. Between B+ and A-, yeah, I think I would slap her here. She does still have problems, so I don't think I can put her in a tier with the letter A in it, because, man, she has problems. But there's plenty of teams that can use her. You got Nevilet, you got Mualani, There's good teams you can put her in. There's good teams you can put her in. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. Yeah, anybody that says she's the worst character in the game just probably just doesn't play this game very well. But I would agree. If you want to say she's the character with the most issues, I could probably give you that, because like the amount of issues this character has, or inconsistencies, or like illogical C's that she just has, is like numerous. They're legitimately numerous. The amount of problems and issues and inconsistencies that she has, but she's fine. She's literally fine. She's fine. I sent in a character and level an artifact. Nice. She's worse than Baizu anyway, except for technically her burst is more Dendro application. She has to be on field for that though. Should we do Yao Yao next? Yao Yao deserves a pretty high rank, especially for your players. Dendro applications, but extremely good heals mostly. The thing with we can do Yao Yao. That's fine. The thing with Yao Yao is that her Dendro app is like decently slow. It's not bad. Like, she's definitely not a bad character, but a little someone called Dendro Traveler is around the corner. And when Dendro Traveler bursts, that burst does really, really good application. Yeah, I mean, she's good. But she's good, though. She's good. The character most likely to make you say, what the heck is your reader kidding playing? 100%. 100%. Yeah, it's good. I don't think... It would be nice to have an A rank here for 4-star. Definitely not as good as Sucrose or Fischl, right? And I wouldn't put her with Charlotte. Yeah, I don't know. I do feel okay with this. Because she's just solid, right? She's just a very, very solid character. She's a solid character. She has good Dendro application. Her heals are good. That's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. She does her job well, but she doesn't do her job insane. She does her job well, but doesn't do her job insane. Yeah, you'd probably be a tier below Baizu. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Read YouTube chat? Oh, was YouTube saying something? Usually YouTube doesn't talk. Let's see. Miko's so trash. Yeah, I agree. Was there any way she go Arlecchino 2 her weapon? Oh, Arlecchino? Her weapon, definitely. Is Hyper Bloom still relevant in the current patch? Yeah. Yeah. Malvika's not the best character in the game. You don't have a premium team. Oh, that's 3 people. I skamazed 3 people with the Malvika thing. That's keep the count. Keep the count. I got 3 people with the Malvika. I'm telling you guys, putting Malvika right here is the best thing ever. I got 3 people already. I already got 3 people with it. The characters are not ranked within the tier. They are not ranked within the tier. I might rank within the tier for S+ later, but right now they are not ranked within the tier. Cause yeah, definitely I would say Farina is better than Malvika. For sure. No Perimber Raider, hey. Keep it up, thank you. Cool. So, speaking of Dendro, so this is gonna be my representation of Dendro main character. Yeah, Dendro main character is great. Dendro main character is fantastic. She is great. Her application is a lot better than Yao Yao, especially if you make them work towards it. She can't heal, obviously, but yeah, it just depends on what you need. But fantastic character, especially because everybody has this character. That makes her very valuable as well. Dendro main character is great. It's good. They're very good. Dendro application is good. Very easy to play. Very easy to get particles. Very easy to burst. Put them on the what is it called again? The Deepwood. It's good. I think Nilo should be way higher. Nah, Bloom has fallen off. Bloom has fallen off hard. It's one team. She only has Bloom, and Bloom is definitely not as good as it used to be. And not many people are even playing Bloom. Not many people are even playing Bloom anymore. It's a good build. It's perfectly strong and usable, but it ain't what it used to. It ain't what it used to be. Especially in a 1v1 fight. If you have at least 2 enemies, it can be a lot more effective, but it ain't what it used to be. It ain't what it used to be. It's AoE restricted, yeah. Drag enough characters for visionary mode, but about resident happens. Wander is definitely B tier. I main him. Wander is good. Wander is good. You better main him better then. Wander is fantastic. Wander is fantastic and has a lot of teams. That's what puts him up here. Very strong DPS. You can play him in a bunch of teams. And that's it. He's just strong. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. Yeah, like I said this before too, is that like I could easily put him down here, and I think that maybe that's even more fair, but I'm just gonna put him up here. Nilo is S plus. All right, you're you might be on that Naku weed. You might be on that Naku. Malvika's really good, but it's very niche. Only works good. Malvika's not niche. What? She only works good with Natlan characters? That's not true at all. No, that's not true at all. You do not need Natlan characters to play Malvika. Not at all. Malvika is not niche. Malvika is not niche. Not at all. Got the crazy stuff. Malvika and niche in the same sentence? That's crazy. Haven't done Razor yet. She's clunky without them or C1? No, she's not. She's not. She literally is not. That's not true at all. It's okay. You don't need the full charge burst. You genuinely do not need the full charge burst. Anybody that says you need the full charge burst probably doesn't play this game very well. You do not need the full charge burst. If you get the full charge burst, it's really strong, but you do not need it. If you play her without Natlan characters, you just can get half charge and it's fine. It's literally fine. You don't need the C1 either. You do not need the C1 either. This list is assuming C0R1, by the way. This list is assuming C0R1. Miko on the list yet? No. The hit against Malvika. It's because, what is it? I swear it's because these like YouTubers be like, oh, if you don't have a Natlan character, you can't get the full charge. She's not doing the insane damage, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, I guess you're not hitting the insane number she can hit, but you're still hitting very strong. And you can just play her off field. You can also just play Malvika off field too. This isn't just DPS Malvika, it's also off field Malvika, which is also insane. Which is also insane. Also, you could just use Kachina or Pyro Traveler. Pyro Traveler's right here. Pyro Traveler's right here. If you really need another Natlan character, which you do not, you could just play Kachina or Pyro Traveler. They're literally right here. Okay. Someone said, agree to disagree. What do you mean agree to disagree? I could show you right now. What do you mean agree to disagree? What is your reasonings though for saying without them or C1? Like, what are your actual reasons? Because my actual reasons for saying she's perfectly fine is I've seen her damage without any Natlan characters, which is a good team, and she hits really hard, and she's very strong. And you can just play her off field as like a Shunling. You can play her as a Shunling with Cinder City, which is one of the best buffing sets. What do you mean right now? What are we saying here? What are we saying here? This is crazy. What are we saying here? People assume the best out of the best. No, people are assuming things based on what like these random YouTubers say, and these random YouTubers being like, "Oh, you need this certain thing if you want to like hit these crazy insane numbers as a DPS." Bro, you can play her DPS. You can also just play her as like a Shunling with like Cinder City. Like that is on its own. I would still put that probably pretty high. But the fact that you can do her as like a Shunling with Cinder City and just like a good DPS, 100,000,000,000% she would be up here. You do not need C1 or a Natlan character. If you have at least one Natlan character, she is insane, but you can use her perfectly fine without a Natlan character. As long as you're doing your rotations well and you give her a good team, you'll literally be fine. Is a Malvika a better sub DPS than Shunling? It depends what you want out of them. Shunling ignores internal cooldown of reactions, so she can be better for that. Malvika is a better buffer, so it depends what you want. It depends what you want, really. Depends what you want. I would say overall Malvika is better, but Shunling hits really hard. Shunling hits really, really hard. Shenling's numbers are so insane if you build her well. Because the Rhino mains know so much about the game. I love it when people like complain about something and then don't explain why. It's so good. And then when I explain why, people just get mad at me. It's great. It's great. It's great. I noticed. I think Lenny could argue for being high. He doesn't belong in the same tier. Shower coaching. The thing with Lenny is like I could agree with that. That like Lenny could go higher, but I just need to see more of Lenny. We were also looking at this here, like representation charts. Is Lenny on here? Yeah, like Lenny. Yeah, Lenny is on here actually. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could put Lenny up. I think. And he did get better with like Shallonen, for example, because he does have like crystallized shields. I think you can definitely argue put Lenny up. I would say so. That's fair. That's fair. Well, child in national is insane. Child in national comp is like really really good. I think he actually is one of the best national characters. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he definitely is hard to play, but I think you do assume what is it? You assume optimal play. If I was doing a list based on like how to play these characters, they would be a bit different. But yeah, you assume optimal play. Good points. Are you sure? Because I think Shunling is a weak character. True, true. Streamer Shunling is a weak character. Can you tell me why Shunling is a weak character? Streamer Shunling's a weak character. It's good. It's great. Calling Shunling weak. I'm pretty sure Lev is just trolling. I'm pretty sure Lev is just trolling. Um, Shunling's bad. Trust, trust. But yeah, I think putting Lenny up here, that's fair, that's fair. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do another one, let's do another one. Let's do... Shunling was 4-star, true, 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 true. True, 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 true. Let's do... Someone said Miko earlier, right? Miko's an interesting one. Miko's an interesting one. Um... There's nothing bad about Miko, but over time... She's like very similar to Emily in a way, where it's like she's really strong, but are you ever choosing Miko? She's really strong, but are you really ever choosing Miko? And especially when Ororon is a character that exists in the video game. Miko's a toughie. Miko's a toughie. That 90 cost burst. I mean, you could also just not burst with her. To be honest with you, sometimes it's just better to not burst with her. She kind of has a Dia problem in the sense of just like the way her turrets work. The fact that the turrets get consumed is kind of rough, and it does take a bit of a time to place them. Is she better in Dendro? She's great in Dendro. I don't know if better. She's very good in Dendro, but like Fischl is better for Aggravate, so it's kind of it's weird. It's weird. It's a weird one. She's not bad. Like nothing about her is bad. Her damage is great. She has free to play options if you want free to play options. Play her in Aggravate, she's good. You can play her in Hyper Bloom, it's fine. You can just play her in teams that just need other elements like Nivilet or Chaska. You can splash her into a bunch of things and she'll do good damage, but like nothing really brings her above, I guess. I can't think about Auron, but doesn't he do a different niche for her? Kind of, but the thing is he has Cinder City as an option. Like, Cinder City existing for him does put him, like, that's like the it thing that puts him above. Is, like, to be honest with you, maybe someday I would, like, maybe the next time I would do this, I would put him right here. But Cinder City is really, really good, especially if you don't have anybody else that can use Cinder City. Just having that available to your team, yeah. And if you do have the C6, you do get another buff. But yeah, Cinder City is just, it's really good. It's really, really good. Did you not hit the core sometimes? Yeah. You wouldn't play her as, the thing with Miko and Hyperbloom, you would play her as like team number 4, right? You would play her like with Shinobu, because Shinobu's going to be hitting the cores and she's just doing extra damage. Maybe sometimes proccing Aggravator, things like that. But like there's just nothing bad about her. She's good damage. There's nothing bad about her. She's chilling. She's cool. Yeah. All right. Cool, 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 cool. Her damage is best to Auron, Fischl. Yes, yes, yes. Her damage is definitely better than Fischl or Auron, but they're doing a bit more help in the teams that they are. Fischl has like the ultimate aggravate support, and Auron has Cinder City. Yeah. Where's like a quick bloom character than like a pure bloom character? Yeah, you can also play her a quick bloom as well. But her damage is still really good, regardless. Regardless, if you're slapping her on a team, she's just doing good damage, and at minimum, that's a good thing. As a character, you just set and forget, and that's cool. Hazel, rank B. Hey, Hazo? I mean, activates Viridescent. You can play him as DPS. That's it. I don't think there's anything much else he can really do. Nobody's choosing Hazo over other characters like Sucrose, for example. Yeah, that's it. Viridescent's good. His damage can't be good if you do it for damage, but that's about it. That's all he's got for him. Pretty easy to build, yeah. Pretty easy to build. I think B is fair. Sethos? Sethos is an interesting one. Yeah, he's fine. Play him playing with some Dendro comps going on. He's chill. I wouldn't really put him super high, but he's chill. I wouldn't put him as good as Gaming. I think Gaming's definitely better. But he's fine. He's fine. He's a suitable 4-star DPS. Suitable. Ass. At best, he's like maybe Gaming level DPS. Yeah, and then what is it? I think Gaming C6 makes him insane. Ads. But it's hard to get him as best. Yeah. Fair. Yeah, sometimes these 4-star DPSs can get really hard to rank. Hold on. All right. If we're considering early constellations, Sethos gets a pretty good big DPS boost at C2. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe some days you can put him up here, and I think maybe if somebody was a Sethos main, they can explain to me how Sethos like was really good or really worked. I could do either or. But I think I've seen more results with like Gaming, so I think I'll put him here for now. Tainari? Okay, let's do Tainari. Tainari, he's really good. Dendro DPS is good. Decently easy to build, plenty of good options. I mean, yeah, he's good. He's good. Between these two, I think. Good aggravate DPS. I think he's kind of A. Yeah, I think honestly I can put him in either one. Like, he does kind of highly desire Fischl, but you could play him without Fischl theoretically. Not that Fischl's like a super big ask. But he's good. No, he's good. He struggles with, what is it? Groups? Not struggles, but he's definitely less effective in groups versus like single target. Single target, he does really well actually. It's unclear whether hard emphasis improves. He's good. True. Does he have any usage on the usage charts? Oh, he's here. Okay, hold on. Oh, also, sorry, I had to double window capture up. My bad. I didn't realize I had to double up. My bad. That one told me. Okay, he's still here on the usage chart. Okay. Yeah, my bad. I didn't even realize I had the double on. My dang. But yeah, no, I would. You could put him right here. That's fair. He's good. He's fine. He's great. Fantastic. Great DPS. Okay, cool. Let's see. Someone said Alhaitham. Alhaitham's really good. Alhaitham's really good. Um, I think AU is that bad for him. At least in my yeah, it's not bad. He just is definitely not as good as a single target, of course. Yeah, definitely minimum here. Whether or not he belongs up is a question. Uh, I mean, he's great. Hyper Bloom, Aggravate, he's doing good work. Very easy to play, great free to play builds, plenty of teams to go into. Not as much as the ones up there. He's definitely not. He's flexible, but he's definitely not super flexible. He's strong, but he's not super duper strong. Yeah, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Yeah, he's a great DPS. He's great. He's great. He's great. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's fantastic. There's nothing much else to say, right? He's fantastic. Hyperbloom team is good with him. You can do aggravate team with him. His damage is really good. There's plenty of free to play options. Yeah, he's great. I don't know if he would be plus though. I don't know if he would be plus. I do see him in the same sense that I see Clarand and Navia. I'll put him in Taylor a little bit. I do see him in the same spot that I would put Clarand and Navia. So I think that's fair. I think you compete with S plus if it takes a little bit more effort. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like for example, like I don't think he's really stacking up to like Mualani's spike damage or like Nivelette's like super consistency or like Chaska's extreme flexibility. Like I think all the DPSs on here have like a thing that like really makes them stand out the most out of anybody else. So I think that's fair. That's fair. Oh, you want me to check the Abyss? We do have the Abyss chart here. Where is the window for it? This one? Yeah, okay. The Abyss chart is here. I mean, he should be pretty high, right? Yeah, 30%. This is more or less where I put him, yeah. This is more or less where I put him. Yeah, he's good. He's good, he's good, he's good. Not quite as comfortable or easy as Nevilette. I would agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, cool. Cool. That's good. That's good. I like that. Have I done Siegewean? Oh, Siegewean's a weird one, dude. He's a weird one. I mean, what do you do with Siegewean? That's my big question. What are you doing with her? Her heals are good, and I don't know if that accounts for much. Yeah, I mean, you're not really doing too much with her. You're not really doing too much with her, to be honest with you. Yeah, she doesn't really have a role. She has one team in Farina, and then that's it. Hmm. Yeah. You could even put her down here, honestly. I don't know. She's might be. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what she does. Bubbles. Yeah. She's just solid. Not many characters need a skill damage booster. Maybe plus, but I wouldn't really go higher. Yeah, I wouldn't put her with the B pluses. The fact that she's 5-star actually makes it worse. The fact that she's 5-star actually makes it worse. You want to be honest with you? I might put her down here. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it real. I think I'm gonna put her down there. She really does not do anything, huh? She just kind of heals. Even that bubble thing takes a while to cast, and that's like a problem. Yeah, and she's a limited 5-star too. Like that is a factor to consider. What weapon does she use? She at least has Catalyst, right? I don't know. Maybe that'll be another one of my hot takes is putting her this low. I think maybe you can put her up here because she is Catalyst, so at least have Dragon Slayer up. No, she's Bow. Never mind then. Never mind then. Okay, if she was Catalyst, I could at least be like, oh, Dragon Slayer. Oh my gosh, she's not even Catalyst? Oh no. Okay, never mind then. I was gonna give her a good bit of credit if she was Catalyst. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. She's not doing anything. She might be cooked. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Speaking of another character that's kind of cooked, Kaveh. Yeah, Kaveh's around. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, he's like He everything I said about Nilu, but a little bit worse. Why did they make him Claymore? I don't know why they made him Claymore. Why did they make him Claymore, not Catalyst? I don't understand. He makes blooms stronger, and the blooms he makes is stronger, but why is he a Claymore character? Also, Bloom is also not that good anymore. That's what I said about Nilu. Oh, oh, Kaveh, what do they do to you, buddy? Why is he Claymore? Why is he Claymore? Why is he Claymore? I don't understand why he's Claymore. That is the worst. That's literally the worst weapon they could have given him. He could have any other weapon. Literally any other weapon in the video game would have been better than Claymore, and they gave him the worst one. Is he down there? He's down with Shinyan. Yes, he's down. Siegewin is down here too. He needs Claymore to delete people's items in co-op. Fun fact about that, by the way. By the time the video's released of that happening, it was already fixed. And also, the people who even made those videos in the first place were the people doing the thing. Fun fact about that for people who didn't know that. The people who even made those videos about like, oh, Kave's deleting my stuff, they were the ones doing it. And then they just spread those videos to like, I guess, scare people. And then by the time they were spreading the videos, the problem had already been solved. If he was a sword, he would be a little bit better, honestly. Why would they do this to our baby girl? Yeah, Kave's it's rough being Kave. At least you're not Chi-Chi. At least you're doing something. He does make Bloom stronger. He does indeed. He does do a job that is unique. But that's it. The dongle? The dongle. Alright. Let's do the dongle. The dongle's still good to this day. Still the strongest shield. See, Lolly's shield comes very close, but your boy's is still the strongest. Still universal shred. I mean, I'm gonna keep him up here. Maybe a little bit more of a hot take these days. I definitely think he's come down, and I think he's even down in the usage charts. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is definitely more of a hot take. Where's the boy? Although no, wait, this is different. This was Geo. Okay, this is kind of cheating because this abyss was Geo specific. This is kind of cheating that he's this high. But I think the fact that he's this high does go to something to say that he, like, listen, you can put him on every single team in existence, and he's having value. You get the super armor, right? You get the super armor. You have the universal shred. Nothing about that is bad, and it's very good. It's very good. I still think I would put him up here. I gotta make the screen a little bit smaller now because I put Zhongli on here. I still think I would put him up here. Maybe this is a hot take by this day and age. In terms of modern Genshin, maybe putting Zhongli this high is a hot take. But listen, you can slap him on any team, and he does universal shred and super armor. Omega easy to build. Like, he's chilling, bro. He's chilling. You can even put him on a Nilo and Chevra's team. Maybe. Probably not Chevra's, because I think that ruins the reaction. But yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling. Fun fact about Chevra's, by the way, did you know Chevra's is C6, where she boosts Electro and Pyro damage by 60%? You can have that on a team even if you don't have Overload, like, only. Like, you're not restricted for that specific buff. So if you just want to play Chevra's C6 as, like, a Pyro Electro buffer, you can just do that with, like, any Pyro or Electro team. You're missing out on the other buffs. You are missing out on the, like, quote-unquote Viridescent buff, like her... I forget what the other thing is. Like her shred. You are missing out on her shred, but you can just play her as like an Electro Pyro buffer if you have her at C6. I say at this point, since Lolly's shield isn't strong, but she's better than him. Can I talk about Lanyan? I'm not gonna do Lanyan. If you want to mention Lanyan and what she can do, I mean, if you just want to talk about it in like a vague sense, that's fine. But I'm not gonna rank her. I'm not gonna rank Lanyan. Cool. Did somebody say dude Dory? Okay. Yeah, Dory's a weird character. I mean, He does have a job, which is giving people recharge. I don't know if that job is a good job, but it's something. I don't know. Dory's weird. Yeah, it's just that the job that she's doing is done better by like a bunch of other characters. Good at good ideas, Yaker's execution. Yeah, they just should have made her more forgiving. Like they made budget Raiden, but worse, I guess. They made budget Raiden, but I mean, it's if people can just run Favonius. Like that's the answer. People could just run Favonius is the real answer here. There's not really a super duper big need for the recharge she provides, but at least it's something, I guess. C6, yeah, she does do a lot more work with C6, but that's a factor to consider. And at least it is something compared to some of the other characters in the D. Uh, that's it. that's it. Her kid's done bird by Electro Traveler. Maybe. I think Electro Traveler's reach burst threshold's a bit too high. Ningon could be higher shit because she guaranteed Copium Navia teammate. Guaranteed Copium Navia teammate. I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I will say Ningguang is definitely doing more tasks than Amber, Chongyun, and Chi Chi. Yeah, sure. You can scrounge that maybe. You can. I'm waiting for Snooze to do Candace. Snooze went BRB. Yeah, if you want to scrounge at like crumbs, that is theoretically something she can do. That's fine. Maybe I would do like C minus, but I'm not making C minus. I would put it at C minus, but yeah, it's fine. Give fire increases your energy recharge stat, yeah. Okay. I just think Traveler just needs too much recharge, even though he's supposed to help with recharge. Part up as an option in Shiori and Shalona unless environment. Oh, really? Need to look at the characters did while I was gone. True. Let's see. Klee. Let's. Yeah, we can rank Klee. She's good in speedruns. I guess. Would that put her down here? That's all she has going for her. She's good in speedruns. Which is something. That is something. To be honest with you, if you watch a Genshin speedrun, like Klee is gonna be there. Klee is gonna be there in a speedrun. Can I rank Razor? We could do Razor after this, yeah. Don't get the most synergistic at the time since she's the only other attack scaling Geo character. Okay. People with Yanfei and Sethos. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. One of the best speedrunning characters. That's fair. Didn't go to crash. This is 5.1 and 5.2. Because, yeah, this is the Geo one. That's why Zhongli is so high. It's the Geo Wolf one. Zhongli wouldn't be that high if it wasn't Geo Wolf. That's the most recent Abyss. Which one I was wearing? Okay. Oh yeah, someone said Razor. Razor's not too shabby. Razor's got some teams. He's fine. He's decent. He's got some teams. You can do a little bit of elemental soup. Razor. A little bit Hyper Bloombergian nonsense, a bunch of stuff. Razor's chilling. Razor's chilling. Burritos. Razor's cool. You got a bunch of teams you can play with him. That's it. He's cool. He's good. He's nothing crazy about him, but he's good. Let's see. What else we got here? Gwen next. Drew. Um, let's do Kachina. Kachina. She uses Cinder City, and that's good. Yeah. Would I put her there or here? She uses Cinder City, and that's pretty cool. And she's given to everybody. That is also pretty cool. Hmm. Welcome back, Snooze. Hmm. Cinder City and Geo. Yeah, I think that's fine. Cinder City is cool. That's it. She just uses Cinder City, and that's cool. I don't think there's really anything else to say about her. Cool. Uh, closest thing to tacos. What? All right. Now that Snooze is back, we can finally rank Candace. Um, Candace got better with time, cause like doesn't like Farina make her pretty good? Got a little bit more off fielding too, and some of her constellations make her pretty solid. I think, right? Maybe here, maybe, maybe there. Better. Maybe here. Yeah, definitely better. Definitely better than she was before, for sure. How much of it is locked behind constellation, though, is the big question. Mm-hmm. Uh, Making hot cocoa. Nice. I'll accept this ranking. Yeah, Candace is definitely better than before, but she's not doing anything super insane. Does she have any usage on the recent Abyss? Uh, oh, whoops. That is not the thing I was looking for. This? There we go. Does she have any usage? I didn't think so, but I was curious. Nah. She's aight. She's aight. I like behind C6. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For 4 stars, we assume C2. For 4 stars, we assume C2, or I'll give you up to C2. Yeah, maybe yeah, C6, maybe up here or here, but yeah, needing constellations definitely limits you. Needing constellations definitely limits you. For the 5 stars, you assume C0R1 for the 5 stars. Okay. Speaking of 5 stars, Ayato. I think Ayato is pretty good. I like Ayato more than the average person likes Ayato. Um, so I'd personally put him right here. Me myself. Maybe that's a hotter take. I think maybe some people would put him a little bit lower. But I think he's very easy to play. I think he's very easy to play. He's got a bunch of team options. You can do Vaporize. You can do Hyper Bloom with Silali. Now you can do Freeze. Now Freeze is an option. Um, and he's just easy to play. You just burst and then you press E. You press and hold E. Like he's probably the easiest character to actually like play and execute with. He's good. He's chilling. He's good to play. He's strong. Yeah, he's good. He's good. I don't think he can do some like insane things. Like maybe if I was ranking in tier, I think Tartaglia being higher than him makes sense because Tartaglia national. But yeah, he's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. Cool. Real quick, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Okay, it's okay. You little Kawaida. Alright. Shall we continue on? Let's continue on with. Let's go with. Ayaka's pretty divisive, right? Ayaka's like. Okay. I don't know. I would put her under Risley. This is my main point of reference. I think the fact that she's kind of like an all-in-one go type of character would make her a little bit lower because it's just like you either hit the burst or you miss the burst, and even then Cryo's in like a bad spot. I guess here, I don't know. This seems okay at least. Mm-hmm. Insane weapon though. True. True. Her weapon is great. Her weapon is great. Yeah, I think right here is fair. Her damage is good. It's fine. Set up a nuke. If you miss the nuke, you cry. And that's it. I go, alright, see ya, Kira. That's it. That's all she's got. She's got a nuke, and it hits pretty well. I guess weapon matches Kachin style. It does. Well, it's supposed to be like Raiden style, essentially. Most of those weapons, like Thundering Pulse as well, it's supposed to be like Raiden style, or Inazuma style. Speaking of Raiden, let's rank Raiden. Listen, man. This is probably maybe my bias is speaking. Maybe my bias is speaking right now. I still think Raiden is S+. I think she has some absolutely fantastic teams she can play. I think you can play her perfectly fine as like free to play. If you can play her premium, that's still really good. C0R1, I do think is really good with her. She doesn't necessarily need any constellations. If you get some on her, it's really good. I know a lot of people be like, "Oh, you need C2." Like, you don't need C2. If you know how to play Raiden, I think the trick with Raiden is knowing what she's doing for your team. Raiden individually on her own is not doing too much. But Raiden, with the characters you can put her with, makes like perfect teams. The point of Raiden is that you make the perfect rotation. A, and then B, you can cut down on some recharge to get more crits or get more attacks and make the team universally stronger because Raiden is rotating them so perfectly. But I think the problem is a lot of people play Raiden like traditional DPS. Like, let's say they play Raiden like Arlecchino, or they play Raiden like Clorand or Anavia, where like they make her like a traditional type of like hyper carry type of DPS, and that doesn't necessarily work for what Raiden is trying to accomplish. Raiden is accomplishing really good damage while also making the team rotation perfect. That's what she's doing. And if you play her towards that, you need to look at the team damage and not like individual damage. I do think her individual damage is definitely a lot lower than some other C0 R1 characters. Like, for sure, her personal damage is a lot lower than like Clorand and like Navia and like Kanich, for sure, right? For sure, her personal damage is a lot lower than these other guys. But what she provides is perfect rotations, and she's in a lot of teams. You can play her in National. She's one of the best characters for National. You can play her in Chevre's Overload. Chevre's Overload, she is absolutely insane. You don't even need C6 Chevres. You just need Chevres to be there, and she's insane. With Malwika coming out, she also got better. With Shalonen coming out, she got better. With Farina coming out, she became better. You can play her in Double Hydro. Double Hydro came out last year with Fontaine, with like Raiden, Farina, Raiden, Farina, Yalan, and like Jean / Cloud Retainer, and that's ridiculous as well. I think Malwika also opened up some teams for her. She's great. She's fantastic. I think her universality and like using her effectively, she can definitely be in the plus here. I think she's X because her impact isn't as crazy as it used to be, similar to like Zhongli, but maybe a little bit worse. Since I don't think a lot of people struggle with energy issues nowadays. It definitely depends, for sure. But I think if you're using her the most optimally, if you're using her the most optimally, it's like really, really good, and I don't think many people do that. And B, as more characters get released with bursts, she gets better. Like, she's gonna be a character that's always getting better regardless of what's happening, unless they make more characters like Malwika, which Malwika doesn't have a normal burst. She has like another type of burst, unless they keep making characters like Malwika, and even then Malwika's actually really good with Raiden. So it's not even that they have anti-synergy. They kind of have anti-synergy in that aspect, but she just keeps getting better with time. She's really keeps getting better with time. You can, and she also buffs burst too. She makes burst stronger, which not many characters do that. I think she's the only one actually that can actually buff bursts. That's also an important factor that she has. I think she's not the best at one of the like any of the individual jobs that she do wouldn't make her S plus, but I think the fact that she does them all together is what makes her S plus. She's not the best Electro DPS. There's plenty of other better Electro DPSs. Like you said, building recharge isn't as important as it was before. What is it? Her being a burst buffer isn't like that alone wouldn't put her up here, but the fact that she has all of those together in a character that also does good damage, I think would keep her up here. Is for me. And she can do hyper bloom. Yeah, that too. She's also like one of the best hyper bloom users. That's also just very true. That's also very true. You could also, I don't think many people have done it yet. You could play her as like a Chaska, a little bit focused more on her burst for like a lot of her damage. I haven't seen many people try to do that. You could do that because Chaska's burst is really good. Anyway, she does a lot of jobs and she does a lot of jobs really well on top of just having really good damage. And again, like I said, as bursts get better, right? Farina, like all these like really, it's Farina, Shallonen with Farina, things like that. Even Chaska and things like that. As burst gets better, she always gets better. So that's why I put it up here. We'll rank it in the tier. Maybe definitely would change her around a bit, but definitely I think she belongs inside the tier, personally. But I also believe that not many people know how to play her. So that's my soapbox hot take: is that not many people know how to play her. Or how to use her effectively, let me say. Use her effectively. I think a lot of people just build her as either people build her as a traditional DPS, or people build her as like, oh, I just need recharge and that's it. And it's just like, nah, it's somewhere in the middle in how you build her. And again, it's all about team damage. It's all about team damage, not personal damage with her. Unless you play her past C2, then it's different. Wait a minute. That's true. She's also good in groups or solo. She's good in both. Groups and solo, she's good. Have you seen how Saluna plays hybrid Raiden? No, I haven't. I don't know who that is. Middle mouse click the view community rank. View community rank. Where? Oh. This is how oh, it's different people. Interesting. You can take a look at that after. I think it's this is a summary of like what the frick. Is this like a random person's like one? Is that Lisa S? That's crazy. This is so bad. We'll look at this after. We'll take a glance. Nahito A. Good lord. Cloud Retainer C. Jesus. Chevra C. My goodness. Oh my, these are so bad. Raiden D. Oh no. Chaska D. Auroron D. Mawika? Alright, this is just a hater. This is just a hater. This is just a hater. Oh, you guys can't see all of them. Yeah, this is just a hater. They said Mawika C. Lolly D. That's wild. Or is it just... No, I was gonna say, is it organized by patches? Is it organized by patches? No, because Diana's up here. Okay. Arlecchino C. Newbie let Farina be out of their minds. Yeah, it might be a different type of ranking. Because, yeah, we don't know the reasons. We don't know the reasons. We don't know the reasons. Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, it could be that, or it's not like an actual normal ranking. It takes everyone's ratings and organizes them based on the average. Oh, that's the average? Really? Is it because they're not on many lists, so they default lower? Or is there that many, like, troll ones that it puts it down this low? Guessing community voting is accumulated average rankings of 13,000 submitted lists. The best contributor characters of lists and the worst rankings are at the bottom. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it's taking all the different types of lists that people would remix this list. That's weird. That's still weird that the ones at the bottom are at the bottom. This is a weird one, yeah. Yeah, it could literally could be any type of list. It could literally be any type of list. Yeah, this looks like just a proverbial grab bag of different characters. What's Chongyun up here? Weird. This is weirdo stuff. We already did the drip tier list. Or did I do that for... No, I did it for Genshin. We already did the drip marketing tier list. An idea for our community that came across that abomination. Okay. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Alright. Nahida? Nahida's ridiculous. Moving on. Nahida's ridiculous. One of the strongest characters in the game. Best Dendro applicators still to this day. Insane EM buffing. Yeah. Insane debuffing. Yeah, Dendro's really good still, and she's the queen of just doing Dendro stuff. There you go. If you're playing Dendro, you're probably playing Nahida. Is there anything else to say about Nahida? She's ridiculous. She's ridiculous. She's ridiculous. Yeah, and he is great. He is great. And he is great. And he is great. Dizzy livestream got announced. Hey, nice. Okay. Next, let's do any particular wants. Let's do Sarah. Sarah is great with C6, and then that's it. I think that would put her there. Firezen's definitely higher than her. Yeah, same place as Goru. Same place as Goru. She's really good with C6, and then that's it. Yeah, same place as Goru. Same place as Goru. Honestly, I think Goru is better, because I think you could kind of use Goru before C6, kind of. I know C6 has, like, the bulk of what he wants, but Sarah is, like, legitimately useless until you get C6. Legitimately useless. All the Archons lucky at Venti from up there. Yeah, unfortunately, Venti's the only one that's down here for Archon. Because it's the real Archon. Why is Yanfei so low? She's not really doing too much. Unfortunately, Yanfei's not really doing too much. My goat. Unfortunately, your goat. He ain't doing too much. When I saw she buffs attack based on base attack, I thought she was going to be Bennett too. Wait, who? Oh, Sarah. Like, you can use her as Bennett too, but, like, just Bennett's just more universal and more beneficial. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's just... Yeah. Like, especially with his interaction with like, Shunling, and, like, Electro's kind of a weird element to work with. Yeah. Yeah, Sarah at C0 is really bad. Necessary buffs for the Mono Geo to work in general, at least, is a base kit for Goru. Okay. Okay, next one. Let's do... Maybe she's above Albedo, at least. But if she has C6, she's the best Electro buffer. If she has C6, she's the best. I think that's what keeps her above here. If she does have it, she is the best. I know. That's why I think that, but that's why I would put her up here. It's really good. It's really, yeah. C2 is at least, well, kind of usable is a strong word, but it's really good. It's really, really good. She is the one. She's the one. And Chevres does kind of make her better too. Yeah, the tough part about Albedo is he got direct power creep. Sarah didn't get direct power creep. You can scroll up a bit, sure. Now we gotta scroll back down so we can pick up a new character. Hello. Tier lists are reviewing tier lists because this which one? Oh yeah, don't look at this. This list was a meme. This is our real list. That other previous list was a freaking meme. This is the real one. Okay. Okay. Next character. Let's look at Layla. I feel like Layla's kind of weird. It's a good shield, and that's kind of it, I guess. Would I put her here or down here? She's got a good shield, and that's it. But does that mean anything that she has a good shield? Cryo app is pretty okay, but who's using Cryo app? It is the best 4-star shield. I guess that's true. It is the best 4-star shield. I would not put her in the same space as Kachina Cinder City, though. Or Sino. Or Charlotte. Or Ganyu. Right, but who's using Cryo? That's the problem. Cryo is not a boon. Cryo is a bad. Cryo's not a boon, unfortunately. I feel Cryo isn't really worth it considering too much. Yeah. Unfortunately, her Cryo app is like not really a yeah, it's not really a boon. Yeah, and even then, like Charlotte also has pretty good Cryo app, and she also heals the whole team. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd stick her right here. It's very slow. It's slower than Yugui. It's slower than Yao Yao, and Yao Yao was already slow. Decent shield and some cryo app. I did personally use her in Ayaka teams, which is something. Artifacts are used for the rating. Yeah. What is it? In terms of artifacts, I think assume just decent build. Just assume decent build. What is it? How difficult a character is to build is like a factor to consider, but it's not be all end all, right? How you build a character is a factor, but it's not a be all end all. Okay. Who's next? Let's do Yoimiya. Um, I don't know, dude. Yoimiya, bro. Yoimiya, bro. Yoimiya. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this about Yoimiya. She's a good single target, and then if you put multiple enemies, she's just kind of crying. But she's pretty good with like vaporized things. Like she's not bad. Her damage is fine. But she doesn't have anything to like elevate her, right? At least Shao has like Cloud Retainer to kind of elevate him a little bit higher, but he does need Cloud Retainer. I don't think anything really elevates Yoimiya too hard. Do you think is that how official websites rate? Oh, I don't know. This is just how I'm doing my list. She's just solid, nothing to write home about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Just solid, nothing to write home about. Yeah, yeah. Well, this game relies on RNG. Yeah. Yumi and Dia in the same tier. I think that's fair though, right? I think that's fair though, because she does really good single target, but then that's it. And then Dia has a lot of like supporting options she can do. Like I feel like it does even out. Her single target is really good though, because Shilonen made her better. Yeah, Farina does make her better, and Seat Lolly does make her better too. I'm actually crying. I don't know. I think that's fine. I'm honestly fine with this. I just remembered Layla Thum exists. That's a pretty good kid. I'm sure that's everybody. Okay. Let me BRB one more time and then we'll finish up. We got a couple like less than 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, 10. Just 10, not counting the unreleased characters. F. What if I just okay? I'm gonna AFK and put the new characters in F. Let's see if anybody gets triggered. I doubt it. Wait, one more. You think this will trigger people? Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be right back. Okay. It's hidden too. The text kind of hides it. The text kind of hides it a little bit. Don't worry, I don't truly believe that. That's just for memes. Let her peek a little bit. Just let her peek. Let's let her peek. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, I'll be back. Alright, am I get triggered yet? Alright. Am I get triggered? I probably didn't AFK long enough for people to get triggered. Okay. Let's do Arlecchino for real. Arlecchino's fantastic. She is amazing. Minimum here? Let me think. Very strong. Very good pyro DPS. You can play her in melt. You can play her in like mono pyro. Does she have the it factor that puts her like above though? I guess that's my thing of like would I want to put her up here or not? Does she have like the it factor of like she's really supremely good? Or is it more so that a lot of people play her and she's really good? Mia? Let's see. I think showers still are better for Overload. Overload just doesn't care about it all. Yeah. Sure, you know. I never know how Overload Euromia twined out. It vanished off the face of the map, damn near. Overload with the Auron might go hard. Makes Euromia easier to play, but that's about it. Has anyone seen our theory-crafted Euromia see Lolly? See Lolly is pretty insane. Might look into it later. And some hurt to see stuff that's coming out. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's another factor with you and me. I just don't see people playing her. What's her frequency? Now that you mentioned that, I think it's good to check her frequency. What's her frequency? If she has frequency. 8. Yeah. 8 with Ayaka, Ganyu, Shenhua, Kokomi, yeah. So her frequency isn't... Get that thing out of my face. Her frequency isn't too high either. Her frequency isn't very high either. Easier Hotel also being great for AoE with easier teams, so much flexibility. Oh wait, you're talking about Arlecchino. I was like, what? Yoimiya? I was like, what? I was like, you've been taking crazy pills? yeah. I was like, you taking crazy pills? Like, great for AoE, what? Yeah, okay. Easier than Hu Tao while also being great AoE for easier teams and a lot more flexibility. It's true. I mean, yeah, she is really good. She is very, very good. I mean, I guess she is kind of the best out of all the, like, just very good characters. I don't know. It's tough. That one's tough. See a TV hit. It was kind of solo Abyss. She is good free to play as well, it's true. She is really, really strong. Okay, yeah. That's fair. Yeah, she is really strong. She is really, really strong. Okay, cool. That's fine. She can solo Abyss with her self-heal. She's nearly as comfortable as Nearly. Yeah, that's true. She is very, very strong. And self-sustaining too, yeah. Okay. That's fine. Just a little bit lower. There we go. Okay, who else do we got here? Let's do, speaking of, Chevres. We got... Chevres is great. Honestly, opening up the Overload team, and the Overload team is just, like, very strong. Very fantastic. Yeah, Chevres is great. You don't even need C6. If you get C6, she becomes insane, but she's already insane before C6. She's already Kazuha before C6, and then after C6, she gets even better. So I get for browsing character modes. Yeah, Shepard is insane. Oh, the Overload team was absolutely fantastic. Just providing was essentially Viridescent for the Overload team, and then on top of that, boosting Pyro and Electro when you get the C6. Insane. Very strong. Can be a little bit more annoying in like groups, but only because enemies get bopped away. But that's just a little bit annoying. You can still deal with it perfectly fine. Yeah. Trevor's Overload is fantastic. Now the characters are going to get power creep pretty much immediately upon this night release. Save your fates for the final character. The final characters, as if we're not going to nod Karai. No joking. They said the final update. No, the final characters. This is not Star Rail. This is Genshin. People are still using Hu Tao. People are still using Hu Tao to this day. Yeah, Trevor's is insane. Insane buffs. Great for the team. He's good. Alright, next up we got... let's do Kira. We can do Kirara. Golgoroth. Kirara... I mean, Kirara's okay, right? Kirara's okay. Dendro Shield, Dendro App. She has a nuke burst. She's okay. You can't go wrong with her on like an aggravate team or something like that. She's fine. She's chill. She's chill. She's chill. She's fine. She's fine. She Dendro. If she wasn't Dendro, I'd put her maybe down, but she's Dendro, so automatically good. I'd probably say the same for Cole, I think, right? Overall, she's fine. Because she's Dendro, she's definitely higher than she probably would be without Dendro. I think she does need some constellations to keep up the pace with like Dendro Traveler, but she's cool. She's cool. She's cool. She's cool. She's cool. Probably cool. That hurts, does it? It's fine. She's fine. Kirara and Kali down there. I mean, I just don't think they stack up to like what they have on top. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can also think about the Bs being together as B, right? If you want to think it as one big kind of tier together, you can also think about it that way. Which I do think that's how this game is. Like, there's that many good characters. I'm just crying and throwing up. Okay. All right. Speaking of crying and throwing up, we got. Why do I always forget her name? I always forget her name, and I don't know why. Even though I like her, that's the weirdest part. Oh my gosh. Yunjin, thank you, Yunjin. She does like a thing. Not many people do the thing that she wants to benefit, but she does a thing. I don't know. Where would I put her? She does a thing that not many people benefit of. I mean, that's kind of like Rosaria, I guess, in a way. Or it's kind of like Beto. It's like similar to Beto, where she does. Oh shoot. Where she does a thing and she does that thing really well, but not many people are using the thing that she does. Not many people are normal attacking. Like Yoimiya? Yeah, Yoimiya and like kind of Ayato, but there's just better options for both Yoimiya or Ayato. She's never the best option. Normal attacking is just not something people do, really. It's just not really something, yeah, I mean, yeah, just normal attacking is not really a thing people do too often, so, yeah. Arlecchino, yeah, I guess you could play with Arlecchino, but there's so many other better options than Arlecchino. Like, even though she buffs normal attacks, she's not the best buffer for normal attacks. Like, all the characters that do normal attack, Yoimiya, Ayato, Arlecchino, there's better team members for them. Like, there's Farinas, there's Bennett's, you know, there's things like that. There's just better things. There's just better things. They can use her, though. I don't know. Oh, shoot. It's just not enough characters, I think. It's just not enough characters. She's better with everyone at C6 because of the attack speed buff. Attack speed, huh? I don't know. I still wouldn't put her with, like, Sarah, though. Like, Sarah and, like, Diluc, Venti, Goru. Yeah. I just wouldn't put them with them. Because at least with, like, Sarah, right? At least with, like, Sarah, it's like, if you're running, like, for example, Raiden Hypercarry, like, Sarah's in there, you know? If you have her at C6. But there's not really a team that's like, oh, this is their best team, and they have Yunjin. And that is C6, yeah. If I was ranking based on C6, maybe here or here, but that is C6, so. Right there. Alright. Shenhe. Fun fact, did you know that Shalonen's C2 is low-key might be better for cryo teams than Shenhua C6? Maybe. Oh, Shenhua. Oh, Shenhua. What to do with you? Okay, I don't know specifically if it's that massive, but Shalonen's really good. Yeah. Shalonen existing makes this so rough. Shalonen existing makes this so rough. She is good though for Cryo. It's just that Cryo is just not good. Shenhua got power crept by 2 Natalanese before her rerun. It's just that Cryo's not good right now. It's just that Cryo's really not good right now. And she kind of got power crept by other options. Yeah, I don't think I can go much higher than that. I mean, if Cryo becomes good, like, it could very easily put her up a little bit higher, but, like, yeah, it's rough to justify that. Maybe Shasnai will buff her? Maybe. She's hard, man. She's hard to put up higher. When, I mean, I will say, I'm not taking into account Shalon and C2 that much, because I did say you assume C0 for the 5 stars. So it's not a huge factor, but it's at least still a thought in the back of my head. It's tough out here being Shenhua. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It is tough out here being Shenhua. But I think I'm fine with that. I think I'm fine with that. Okay. Arataki Ito, the one and Oni. He's fine. Geo as an element is not really that good, but he's fine, right? I feel like the biggest thing holding him back is Goru, if that makes sense. I feel like he was made with Goru in mind, but I feel like that's kind of like inhibiting him in a way. I don't know. Also, you can't use Sherlonin if you use him with Goru. It's a very strict team. It's a very strict team. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I might put him down lower, low key. Kinda low key. If I'm gonna put Sino down for being a strict team, I feel like I gotta put Ito down too for also being a strict team. It's the same reasoning. Finish my homework on my phone. Nice. I mean, hey, there's like, what, 50 plus characters now? Almost? Yeah. Probably lean towards B plus. Yeah. The thing is, like, Geo is not very good right now, and the only Geos that are good are not tied to Goru, like Navia or Shilonen and Chiori. But the good thing about Shilonen and Chiori, you can play them as a pair of 2 and not a pair of 3. As soon as you make them a pair of 3 because of Goru, it gets a lot worse. It gets a lot. If you could play Ito as a pair of 2, like Ito Shilonen and something else, and he was still like really effective, I think that'd be really nice. But I don't know if you can do that. Sure, he helped him a bit as well, but not too much. Yeah, he's kind of suffering out here. He's kind of suffering. Maybe we need charge attack buffers now. Charge attack buffers. Okay. Toma. Toma's fine. I don't think he's in many teams. He's chill though. I don't know. Toma's fine. You can use him in Bergian, I guess. And his Pyro app is not. Yeah, not bad. It's an okay Pyro app. I don't know. Definitely B somewhere. Yeah, shield's pretty decent as well. Decent shield, decent. Yeah, wouldn't put him with Kachina though, or Dia. Is someone relevant for Kinich? Maybe with another Pyro, but I don't think he's proccing burning super duper often. I don't know. B seems fine. Yeah, I think B seems fine. Hey, Happy. IDK the meta. I meta the other day. Yeah, he just wants burning. Saw you. You know what I do. Sayu's okay. Viridescent. Healing, so at least better than Lynette. That's it, I think, right? Viridescent and she could heal. But that's pretty good. That's a pretty good thing. She can Viridescent, she can heal. What else do you need? Roll out. Toma's good for Kanish, but I usually use the Bergian trigger. Yeah. All right. And to finish it off with the final new character that's not Lanyan, because I don't know what she does, we got the Pyro Traveler. He can use Cinder City, and that is a good thing. He's got a tiny bit of buffing, I think, right? And Cinder City's good. I mean, that's Kachina. I mean, he is just Kachina, right? He's if I'm gonna put Kachina here for that, I'll put him here for that too. He can buff a bit. Okay, yeah. So he's Kachina that can do a little bit more buffings. And Pyro, so you can do some Pyro trigger stuff too if you need Pyro trigger stuff. And he has a burst nuke you can build towards if you kind of want to do that. I don't know how effective it's gonna be, but okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, cool. I feel fine with that. Okay, let me take these two off because people are gonna get mad at me. Oh, never mind. I can't take them off. Okay. I need to make a new tier below. Unreleased. I don't want to put them in F. I can't take them off. Okay, there we go. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Pyro Resonance too. True. Pyro Resonance too. Okay. I put him in F tier as a joke with Arlecchino when I BRB'd. Then I changed it. If you delete the row, does it remove it? Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, smart. There you go. Smart, 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 smart. Alright, cool. Perfect. Perfecto, perfecto. Okay, 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 okay. Looking good, looking good. I want to see a tier list of just your general thoughts on all the characters, considering the design, writing, personality, gameplay, and meta. Okay. Put that in a question of the day thing, so I don't forget about that. That's a pretty good idea, Lynn. Put that in a question of the day redeem, so we don't forget about it. I like that idea. My personal preference tier list. It'd be somewhat similar to this, but there are many things that would not be as high as there are many things that would not be as high as they are here. There are many things. Many, many, many things that would not be as high as they are here. If it was my personal preference tier list. There are many things that would not be this high. There are many things. Is it bad that they're both Dendro characters that would okay. Alright, this is the list. I feel pretty good about it. Let me go from the bottom up and see how I feel about most of these characters. And then I'll organize the S plus by rank, because that's cool. I hate Kanichi so much. I hate Kanichi so much. Okay, let's see. Alright, Chi-Chi doesn't do too much, that's fair. Chang'e doesn't do too much, that's fair. Amber doesn't do too much, that's fair. Oh shoot. Aloy doesn't do too much, that's fair, but they're also usable, so they're D. Xinyan, at least you can put it with Mualani and things like that. Same thing with Kaya. He has a pretty good cryo app, but no one's really using this. I don't know what Shajuin is doing. She can at least heal, I guess. That's it. I don't know what she's doing. Kaveh is Bloom Booster. He does it okay, but why is he Claymore? And yeah, Bloom is not really that good anymore. Dory, she's recharge support, but recharge support isn't really useful. Ningguang is just Geo DPS. It doesn't do too much, but I guess you can kind of use it with Navia for Copium. Okay. Yunjin, normal attack booster, but nobody's really using that too much. Zvazer's pretty okay. 4-star DPS. C6, you can play him really well in a bunch of different teams. Klee is always used in speedruns. That's it. That's the only reason she's up here is because people use her in speedruns. Sethos, similar to like Razor, where they're like just kind of like a good 4-star DPS, then that's it. Same with Fremine. They're all just kind of good 4-star DPSs, and that's it. Barbara, you can use in a couple different things. She heals, Hydro app, it's fine. Mona, she's screenshot DPS. That's all she does. It's just screenshot DPS. Candace, excuse me. Oh my gosh. Candace, fine. Maybe you can put her up here depending if she's C6 or not, but there's a couple Hydra teams you can use her with, but she's never like the best option. But she's pretty solid, but you do need constellations. Same thing with Noelle. Noelle can be really good, especially with Farina, but you do need that C6, so there you go. Tayona, what is it? Jack of all trades, master of none, shielding, healing, cryo application, but none of those are really super valuable right now that you would really want her. Kind of similar to Rosaria. Rosaria has great cryo app, and she does. She's very flexible to use, but who's using cryo app? Very similar to Beto. Beto does electro charge really nicely. She bounces her burst between enemies, and it's pretty strong, but nobody really needs that right now. I said healing. I said healing. Albedo. Albedo got power crept by Chiori. He gives EM, I think. I don't know if he gives EM at C0, but his damage is okay, I guess. He's off fielding stuff, but he got power crept by Chiori. Yanfei. You can do Tank Fei, but that is C4, and we're assuming C2. What is it? You can make her DPS. I mean, you can make a bunch of characters DPS, but she's fine. She's fine. Kole, she's Dendro. You can make her support the team with like Dendro stuff. Constellations make her better. So down here, Kirara, kind of similar. You can put her in a bunch of Dendro teams, and she's good because she's Dendro. There you go. Layla has a pretty good shield. She has some cryo app, but it's not the cryo app is not that good. But her shield is really strong. Sarah is useless until C6, but C6 she's very powerful. So there you go. Toma, he does kind of Burgian stuff. He has an okay shield. You can use him in some places, and he's just kind of okay. Gaming is a really good Pyro 4-star DPS. And you get him to C6, he's really amazing. Mika, I guess, supports physical, but who's playing physical? But he supports attack speed too. Lisa, you can put her in a couple different Dendro teams. She has like a decent defense decrease, and she's a catalyst, so you can use Dragon Slayer. It's chill. Lynette uses Viridescent. Hazo uses Viridescent, and you can kind of do DPS stuff with him. Goru, he's a pretty good buffer, but you really do need C6 to make him a really good buffer, and Geo with Goru is 3 Geo, and that's not really that good. But there you go. Venti is the king of trash mobs, but who the heck is fighting trash mobs? Eula is just fine. She does pretty good damage. It's kind of awkward to play her, but her damage is still fine. Diluc has some pretty decent builds now. There's some good characters that support him, like Cloud Retainer. He's just fine. He's fine. He clipped it. Sayu, she swirls and she heals. Good enough. Ito, he does okay damage, but he's Geo, and Geo's in a weird spot right now. Similarly to Shenhua. Shenhua buffs Cryo. Cryo's in a weird spot right now. Also, kind of, Shalonen is a better Cryo supporter in a way. Kind of, but it's rough. Yoimiya. Really good single target DPS, but she struggles with multi-target, and she's pretty basic, and there's just better characters than her, and she kind of struggles. Pyro Traveler can run Cinder City, has a couple of buffs, and has some Pyro off-field, and he has a little Pyro nuke. It's fine. It's cool. It's chill. Cinder City's great. Kachina uses Cinder City. There you go. Dia has a bunch of like little support builds you can do. She's kind of clunky to play, but you can do things like Mulaney and Neuvillette with her, and she's fine. She's chill. Nilu, you can play Bloom, and Bloom is just okay, and it's fine. You know what? I'll bump up Nilu a little bit. I'll give Nilu the A-. Why not? She is. I would not recommend anybody play the Bloom team, but it's still decently strong. It doesn't really keep up compared to some other things, but sure, I'll put her up a little bit. Sino. Sino's pretty strong, but you do need some premium characters to play Sino. He does pretty good damage. Yeah, there you go. Promoted. Charlotte can heal the team, really good with Farina. Cryo app, but cryo app doesn't matter too much. Ganyu is just Ganyu, and she does fine damage. She got buffed by Dendro because you can do burning and keep a fire aura on enemies, and her damage is fine. It's just fine. Yeah, I already said about Nilu. Ayaka is the dual burst. If you hit the burst, you do good damage. If you miss the burst, you cry. Even then, her burst isn't super strong. It's strong, and that's it. It's just strong. Miko, her turrets are just kind of strong, but there's kind of better characters that does what she does a little bit better, but she's still pretty strong. Dendro Traveler is insane. Dendro app is great. They're free character, everybody. Dendro application is really good. Yao, same thing. Dendro application is really good, and she's really good for free to play. I think her Dendro application is a bit lower than Traveler, but she can also heal, and then that's cool. Kuching is getting a lot of buffs. She always gets buffs. You can play her in a couple different teams if you commit yourself to her. She can kind of be a weird to play and kind of confusing, but she does have a lot of help. Like almost every patch. She's cool. She's fine. You could maybe put her lower, but it depends. But I have seen a lot of Kuching and see what she's capable of, and she's pretty solid. Kokomi. You can also put Kokomi on a bunch of teams, but none of the teams she's in, she's really the best in. She's a healer that does a lot of heals, but that doesn't really cut it these days. I mean, she can you use her with Farina, but like almost every healer you can use Farina, and even then, something like the jellyfish doesn't catch up to like what people do with healing these days, like Baizu, for example. Baizu does a better healing than she does, but she's not bad. She's fine. We got Xiao here. Xiao is decently strong. He needs Cloud Retainer to really be really good. If you can get him with Cloud Retainer, you can get really good stuff and really good benefits out of his damage, but you really do need Cloud Retainer. He is tied to the hip to Cloud Retainer. He needs Cloud Retainer to do his good damage. So yeah, I can't put him too high because of that. Farizen, best Anemo buffer. That's it. You don't need her at C6. You can use her at any constellation. You just need more recharge. That's why she's above characters like Sarah or Goro. Farizen's great. Emily just does really good geo damage. There's not too many teams that really want Emily, but Emily's damage is good. She could be better in the future, but that's it. Does Dendro damage? Her damage is good. Ayato, pretty good Hydro DPS, very easy to play. That's it. You can run him in a bunch of teams, and he's good. Did I say geo damage? I meant Dendro damage. Sorry, Emily Dendro damage. Tainari, really good single target Dendro damage. Standard characters, so he's a little bit more available compared to some other characters. Pretty good teams you can play with him with Aggravate. Yeah, single target, amazing. Struggles a little bit with the groups though, but he's not bad against groups. Yeah, Emily does Dendro, my bad. Lenny also does really good pyro damage. It's kind of hard to play Lenny because you need to play Lenny with 3 pyro, but if you can play Lenny with 3 pyro, he's great. Sometimes can be difficult to play, but we assume optimal play here. So if assuming optimal play, I think, yeah, Lenny's good. Risley, don't listen to the people that say you need to play Risley at C1. You can play Risley at C0. It's fine. Just make a good team for him. That's it. If you can play Hu Tao at C0, you can play Risley at C0. It's fine. It's literally fine. His damage is just play Risley. He's good. It's fine. He's fine. He's good. Tartaglia is also very good. Sometimes he can be difficult to play, but he's one of the best characters for National. He's really strong still, and yeah, go play National with him. Baizu's great. Boost Dendro reactions. He can heal the party. He makes a shield, even though the shield isn't very strong. He's pretty good. He's solid. Dendro is good. He is good. Dendro is good, and he is good. There you go. That's it. Jean is absolutely fantastic. Jean is one of the best characters for Farina. She can boost up Farina immediately and is Viridescent. To be honest, now that I'm looking at it more, I might even put her up. I think I'll put her up. To be honest, I might put Baizu up too. I'll put both her and Baizu up. But yeah, they're really good. They're really good. Boost up Jean. What is it? Yeah, Jean can do Viridescent. What's with Farina? She's good. They're both good. They're both good. I might honestly bump Sucrose down, actually. I might bump Sucrose down. I'll bump Sucrose down a little bit. Not that Sucrose is bad. Sucrose is great. You can swirl the enemies. You can share EM. Her gathering can be pretty good. She's cool. She's good. She's good. Bring him back down. Alright, we'll put Baizu back down. Okay. We got Wanderer here. Wanderer is good DPS. You can play him on a bunch of different teams. You can play him in groups. You can play him against single target. Sometimes he can be difficult to play, but again, you assume optimal play. Wanderer good. He good. Sucrose is cute. Sucrose is cute. You know who's also cute? Fischl. Fischl's great. Best Aggravate character. What she provides for Aggravate is absolutely supremely insane. Very strong, very powerful, very easy to play, very easy to build. She's great. Fischl good. I can't believe. Hey, Izmi. Chiori is absolutely fantastic. A little bit more of a rare character, but her damage is great. You can do the wheelchair comp with her plus Shalonen. Very powerful. Good off-field damage. Pretty flexible. That's it. Kanich is cool. He's very annoying to play. I hate playing him personally, but objectively he is a very strong character. Very good DPS. I think Burning needs a little bit more support for it to be better, but he himself is a very good and very strong character. Yeah, that's it. If you play him outside of Abyss, you're gonna maybe cry, but inside Abyss, where everything is flat plane and flat ground, he's very powerful. But he's very frustrating too, because sometimes he'll jump out of like Bennett Burst and things like that, but whatever. He's good. Hu Tao has stood the test of time. She's still very powerful. Player and Vaporize, mostly with Shinkyu or Yelan, or you can play with Freeze now with Lali probably. Yeah, Hu Tao's fantastic. Very strong, very powerful still to this day. There you go. Chevres is redonkulous. You play the Chevres build, Overload build with Chevres is insanely powerful. If you get Constellations, she gets even better, but you don't really even need Constellations. She's still insane. Super crazy. Shinobu, Hyperbloom Queen. She stands there and activates Hyperbloom. Sometimes she might die, but Hyperbloom's great and it's easy to build her. Auroron is like Fischl, but he can run Cinder City, and that's a good thing because Cinder City is ridiculous. Good off-field damage. If you play him in Electro Charge, you get some like benefits, but I mean he's just Fischl with Cinder City, and that's good. You can do the Granny Hu Tao build, probably. Alhaitham is fantastic. His Dendro builds are really good. You can play Aggravate, you can play Hyperbloom. He does a lot of good damage, and he's fantastic. Navia, I think she's the best. Yeah, the best Geo DPS right now. You can play her in a bunch of different teams. She's not forced to be three Geo character like Ito is, because of the way that she functions. She forces Geo to be good, and she's great. She's fantastic, very powerful. Similarly, Clorand is very, very powerful. You can play her in a bunch of different teams. You got the Overload, you got Aggravate, you got Hyperbloom. Very strong, very powerful, really good, just great DPS, just great. Cloud Retainer, absolutely fantastic Cloud Retainer. She can heal the whole party. She enables plunge. You don't need to use the enabling plunging. You can just use her as a healer that has a catalyst weapon, so you can do things like Dragon Slayer or something like that. Especially with Farina existing, Cloud Retainer is absolutely fantastic, and again, enabling those plunge attackers, it's so good. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Okay, we got the Jongle Dongle. To this day, still good to universally have the best shield and universal shred. Shield is still really good, and he's still great. And you should use him if you have him. He's fantastic. But there are definitely better characters than him. I've got Seat Lolly here. I think maybe in the future she could probably be bumped down, but she's really good. She has a shield that's almost as strong as Zhongli's. She enables Pyro and Hydro characters to do a lot more damage. She does pretty good damage herself, and yeah, she's great. She's great. It takes 6 patches from get to 10 from 0. 10. We got Chaska here. Chaska, very good, very good character. The most flexible character in the game, and in terms of team building, in terms of DPSs, she is the most flexible character in the game. Period. No argument. Period, no argument. She is the most flexible character in the game. I think maybe realistically I would put her down to S at some other time, but I'm going to give her the S plus just because she is the most flexible DPS character. She's great. She's a Nemo, but she's not a Nemo DPS. She's universal DPS because she does all the elements, and she's fairly strong, and you can play with a bunch of different teams, and she's really strong. That's it. Mualani is the queen of the one-shots. The numbers that this character can make is absolutely redonkulous. I don't know how they're going to make a stronger single hit character than this character, but yeah, she has the strongest single hits in the game. And that goes to say something. She struggles a little bit against groups, but she has the strongest single hit in the game. So there you go. Arlecchino, I think, is the best of the super solid characters. She's just very solid. She has a bunch of different teams. Sometimes she could be difficult to play because of her HP mechanic, but yeah, she's just super solid overall. There's no really bad points about her, except if you mess up as a player, it's going to be a little bit worse, but that's not her fault. Shilonen is redonkulous. She's a side grade of Kazuha at C0, and C2 she becomes one of the best universal supporters in this entire game. She's like Zhongli, but like on insanity. she's like Zhongli insanity when you get her past C2, but this is just C0 R1, so she's just insane. She's a side grade to Kazuha, and Kazuha is coming up next. Still super powerful, still super insane. Verdesting all the elements. Best gathering character in the game. Good damage, good swirling. Great. He's good. He's still very good to this day. Side grade to Shilonen, unless she gets constellations, then he's better. I mean, she's better than him, but without constellations, they're pretty equal. Elon is still really ridiculous to this day. Get the dice out, get the Hydro app, get the good damage, get the damage buff. Crazy, powerful. Yeah, she's good. She good. Nahida, still greatest Dendro character in this game. Dendro application off the roof. EM buffing off the roof. Very easy to play. Many free to play options. Best Dendro app. Insane. Shinkyu, you're not losing Shinkyu. Shinkyu is still one of the best characters in this game. Still, his Hydra app is amazing, and it's also the perfect timing for some characters. It's even faster than Yelan's Hydra application, and his damage is still really good. He's not going anywhere anytime soon, and so neither is Shunling. Shunling is going nowhere. Oh my goodness, is the Pirate Archon going to power creep Shunling? Even if she did, Shunling would still be used by everybody because she's Shunling. Shunling is redonkulous. She ignores internal cooldown of reactions, and she does so much damage. It's insane. The worst part about Shunling is building Shunling because Shunling does so much damage. She's insane. That's it. Bennett, still insane. One of the best characters in this game. He got better with Malvika coming out because he buffs Malvika. There's so many characters in this game, and Chaska too. And maybe Mulani, depending on how you build your team. If you build it with Shunling, but whatever. Anyway, Bennett's great. Good recharge, good healing, insane buffing. He's great. Raiden is fantastic, very strong DPS. A lot of people don't know how to play her that well. The key with Raiden is that she makes the perfect rotations. She's the only burst buffer in the entire game. What is it? Every time, any time a good burst comes out, Raiden gets better. There are so many different teams you can play Raiden in. You can do hyper carry, you can do overload, you can do double hydro. Like, she can be kind of difficult to build and how to figure out how to build her, but if you can build her well, she's absolutely fantastic. Makes your rotations very clean, does super strong damage, and is burst buffing. And you can play her Hyper Bloom too. You can also just play her in Hyper Bloom as well. She has so many different drops, so many little different things that she can do. She's fantastic. Neuvillette, personally, I would say Neuvillette is still the strongest DPS in this game. Insane damage, insane range, good for grouping, I mean, good for groups, good for a single target DPS. Yes, he's just the top. He's just the top of the DPS chain. Farina, probably the best buffer in the game. Really good off-field damage. Insane buffing. Good off-field DPS. Arguably, probably the best character in this game. I think if someone made that argument, if she's the best character in this game, gameplay-wise, like, yeah, I could easily see the time where she would be the best. Yeah, Farina's fantastic. And then finally, Malvika, newest character. Malvika's great. Her off-fielding is very powerful. You do not need to play her with that many Natlan characters. You just need to play her with one Natlan character, and she'll get her burst to full every single time. You can play her with 0 Natlan characters aside from her, and she can still work. Don't listen to people that say, oh, but you need a Natlan character. You do not need a Natlan character. As long as you're playing her well, you know what you're doing, and you know how to team build, you'll literally be fine. You will literally be fine. She is insanely powerful. And again, ranking this on C0R1, that weapon is so strong, and it will buff her so much. If people are saying you need a Natlan character to play her, no, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Yeah, and there you go. And there you go. That is the full list. With all the reasonings. I stand by this. I think some of the middle parts, I think you can like bounce around a little bit, but in terms of like, if we're thinking about these two tiers being closer together, right? Like the S's are together, all the A's are like together, all the B's are together. I think definitely at least that. I forgot about Farina, but I bet she'll run the next patch or two, so probably could say for her. True, Farina's coming back, but my min maxing. True, but my min maxing. Okay, let me do two more things. I'm gonna rank the S plus by how I think they're ranked, and then we'll do a little sum. Okay. I think Farina is better than Malvika. I think Neuvillette is better than Malvika. I'm gonna put Neuvillette at the top because I think having the best DPS character at the top is cool. But I could interchange these two any day of the week. They're great. I think Malvika is better than Raiden. I think Bennett is probably better than Raiden. Do I think? Let me think. I think Bennett's better than Malvika. Let me do some other characters. I think Zhongli is fine back there. I think Seat Lolly with Zhongli is fair. I think Chaska down here is fine. Arlecchino, see Lolly. I mean, Arlecchino and Mualani being close to each other is fine. Shilonen I would put up with Kazuha. I would put them both up. With Nahida, I think that's fair. Do that. Put Raiden down. I'll put Malvika down. Put Bennett down right there. I'll put Nahida up. Kazuha and Shilonen I would put together. Let me see. Think. put Raiden with Chaska. We'll put Mawika. I think Mawika being in front of Bennett. No, I'll put Bennett a little bit ahead of Mawika. Getting into really nitty gritty stuff right here. Really nitty gritty stuff. Shinkyu maybe a little bit higher above Shunling. Just because Shunling can be tough to build. That's the only thing with her. Put Shunling right there. Okay. Okay. So the reason why Chaska is S+ is she is the most what did I say specifically? Chaska is the most flexible character in this game, bar none. She is the most flexible character in this game, bar none. Damage is insane, very easy to build her. Very good damage, good in groups, good in boss fights. You can interrupt her, but she's a lot harder to interrupt. But yeah, the biggest thing is that she is the most flexible DPS, period. She is so flexible that one of your teammates could be dead and she can still get their benefit. Okay. Would I say Mavuika is better than Arlecchino? If you're thinking about not only DPS, but also sub DPS, then yes. Because you also factor in Cinder City. Overall, I feel pretty good about this. I would personally put Yelan above Shinkyu, though. Maybe this? Yeah, we're really getting to the nitty-gritty now. Feel fine about this, feel good about this, feel good about this. These two are essentially together. Kaza and Shalona are together. Bennett Mavuika, I feel fine about that. Yelan, I feel fine about that. Arlecchino, Mualani. I'll put Mualani in front just because Mualani has a better one-shot. And I think that's a little bit more valuable. The rest of it I feel pretty okay. Wouldn't you expect to have a full team anyway? Right, but the benefit of Chaska is that team, it can literally be like, as long as it applies by the 4 elements, like, you're good. The reason I pointed that out is just to like show how flexible she truly is. Like, she is so flexible that like a character can be dead and she can still get their benefit. Not to say that you would want that optimally. It's just that the fact that she can. It's Electro, Cryo, Hydro, and Pyro. Yeah. She does her own reactions, yeah. She doesn't necessarily need any specific buffer either. Like, you can just put your best buffers with her, and then you're good. C6 Shinkyu or C0 Yelan? Depends on the character you're using them with. Is there a reason Secrets isn't A? I mean, she's just very good, but I don't think I would definitely still put her under like Jean, for example, just because Jean's interaction with Farina. I just think that and it's a terms of usage too. I don't think she's just used as much. But I think you can put her either or, honestly. I think you can put her either or. For Hu Tao, Shinkyu. For Hu Tao, for sure. For Hu Tao, definitely Shinkyu. Shinkyu is like perfect timing for Hu Tao. Bennett can do anything on their own for, I guess, fight an enemy just because using Raiden. What? Dendro main character? Dendro main character is here. Dendro main character is right here. This is Pyro Traveler as well, by the way. This is Dendro Traveler, and then... Oh, shoot. That doesn't matter. And this is Pyro Traveler. Glad to see Cloud Retainer is getting the respect she deserves for being the strongest non-broken unit. Oh yeah, Cloud Retainer is insane. People that don't realize how good Cloud Retainer is don't realize she's a Catalyst character, and she can heal the whole team at once. Okay, one more glance at the S+ to see how I like it. Neuvillette and Farina, you can interchange them, but I feel like putting Neuvillette ahead for right now. Nahida right behind, I like that. Actually, this is a hot take to put... No, I think I'm just seeing a lot more non-Dendro teams, but that doesn't mean Dendro's bad. Dendro's still insane. I think I'm just seeing a lot more of like Shallonen teams, but that's just because I think it's recency bias. I'm gonna keep Nihita right there. Nihita's good here. Shallonen and Kazuha are interchangeable as well. Bennett. Yeah, I'll put Bennett there. Like maybe sometimes you can put him a little bit lower, but I'm fine putting him there. Mawika right here. I think I like that. Very similar to Bennett. Has some benefits that Shenling has without needing to worry about recharge, and she can do really good on-field DPS and really good off-field DPS as well. Elon's insane. Mulani's got the insane one-shot. Arlecchino's just very good overall. Raiden has a bunch of different jobs she can do really well, especially if you play her optimally. Shinkyu, very good Hydra application and damage. Chaska, a very, very strong DPS and the most flexible character in the entire flexible DPS. Yeah, so 5 stars you assume C0 R1, 4 stars you assume C2. And if they need certain constellations, that's a factor to like put them lower. But yeah, C0 R1 is assumed for 5 stars, and then C2 is assumed for 4 stars. Chiori should not be out there. Chiori is really good with Shallonen. The Chiori Shallonen wheelchair build is very powerful. People were doing tests, and it sometimes can be on par with like Bennett Shunling. It's really, really good. Yeah. After finding out about that, like, I think in general maybe I would have put Chiori down there, but wheelchair is keeping Chiori up here. And you can put wheelchair with anything. Because Geo doesn't usually interrupt any type of reactions, you can put wheelchair with anything. Yeah, wheelchair is very powerful. Cool. Yeah, I feel good about this. Zhongli's at the bottom. I think these two can also interchange. I'll keep Zhongli in the back though. Shuttling right here. Gotta worry about recharge, so not super high. Chaska right here, yeah. Yeah, I feel good. I'm assuming C0R1 it should be assuming either C1 or C0R1. I see what you're saying. That's a fair. That's a good point. I think if that was brought up near the beginning, I would have assumed that. But hey, we went with what we got. So there should be a tier above S plus. I mean, if there's a tier above S plus, then I would probably put the cutoff next. If you want to think about a tier above S plus, think about the cutoff right next to Yelan. I would say just cut it in half. And then the half is like DPS that can do DPS, or like, you know, characters that are still insane, but like, you know, they're not Omega insane. If you want to think about a tier above S plus, you can think about the cutoff being right in the middle between Yelan and Mualani. Is that about the laser about mentioning it? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, cool. This is the list. All right, we're not done yet. One more thing. Now we have to trigger people, because if I make this a YouTube video, people are going to scroll to the end and then be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you put... So we have to make the perfect list to trigger people. So definitely put Malvika in the front above Farina, because that triggered people very nicely. I gotta put Shao... Actually, wait, before I do that, let me take a screenshot of this so I can have what my rankings are solidified. Save or download? Download image. Yeah, I want to save the image of what I actually think before I trigger people. Okay, perfect. The image is downloaded of how I actually think. Now let's trigger people. Shao and F. No, we can't go that crazy. We have to be subtle about it, or else they know we're faking. We have to be subtle. Okay. Malvika above Farina. Definitely. Yeah, Shao definitely has to go down. Shao has to go down to, like, next to D-Luke. That'll really trigger them. If Shao is next to D-Luke, yeah, that'll get him. And Eula, yeah, these three need to be together. D-Luke, Shao, Eula, they need to be together. Paizu up. Sure, I'll put Paizu up for the memes. You triggered me right there. Catching up? I'll put catching up by like... We gotta be subtle with it. I'm gonna put Mualani down, because then you can be like, oh, they're hard to play. Who else is like hard to play but really good? I think it's just those two. Yeah, you put them down because you make people assume that. I might put Wander up. Wander seems to bother people, is what I've noticed. I'm gonna put him in the same line that Xiao is in, because that bothers people. Shalana should move Kazuha lower too. Oh, true. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Kazuha's down here because Shalana's up here. That's a good point. That's a good point. Is Bennett down because C6 is bad? I'll put Bennett in the back of like, if people think it's like tiered by whatever, I'll put him in the back. A lot of people have a problem with Moeka Arlecchino Sims. Oh, true. And you put Arlecchino down by 1. People are gonna get so mad by that. And down by 2, actually. You put Arlecchino right there. Next to Hu Tao. Oh, perfect. Next to, even right behind Hu Tao. No, in front of Hu Tao. Because people will say, like, oh my gosh, what the heck. Yeah, Yaka up to S+. No, that's too fake. That's too fake. People are gonna sniff that out immediately. It's not that. Put Ganyu up? I'll put Ganyu... I'll put Ganyu up here. This is my favorite tier list. Put Ganyu with Ayaka? Oh, true. No, you're actually right. Put Risley right above them, too. Because that'll bother somebody. I'm keeping Risley there. I'm just putting him above Ayaka, specifically. I'll put Raiden. If I put Raiden down, they know I'm joking. I have to keep Raiden up, because it's my list. If I put Raiden down, they know I'm joking. Put Tartaglia up. I'll put him up by, like, 1. Put him up by like 1 because people would be like, oh, Abyss speedruns. Oh, Abyss speedruns. Put Mana up. Okay, I'll put Mana up by 1. I'm above Ayato, yeah. Mona and Wanderer chippers. Where is Wanderer? I can't put her up that high. That's insane to put her up that high. I'll put her up a little bit higher. Wait, no, not her. Put her up a little bit higher. So Fischl and Miko. That is pretty good, isn't it? Where is Miko? Legitimately lost her. Yeah, I'll do that. That's good. Yeah, they're better because they're a 5-star. Put Nilo up. I might put Nilu lower. I might put her lower. Nilu triggers people really bad, actually, when you put her too low. I might put her lower. Is there another character that's like Nilu? Linny, but I like Linny being higher, actually. No, Aloy needs to be in D. If I don't put Aloy in D, they know I'm memeing. Like they can't. It needs to be subtle enough. It needs to be subtle. It needs to be subtle. Like the obvious ones, you need to keep where they are. Like Aloy. Aloy's like an obvious one. Like Bennett's like an obvious one. Farina, obviously. Should Gaming be there with D-Luke? Yeah, for sure. I'll put him in front of D-Luke even. For sure, for sure. Mm-hmm. I actually might put Yanfei up. I might put Yanfei up. I feel like that's funny. Right in front of Yoimiya. Grab Shanling down? Nah. That's another obvious one. You can't. It needs to be believable enough. That's the thing. It still needs to be believable. It still needs to be believable. It's pretty good. Yeah, Xiao Stan's gonna be upset about that. I know. I know. I think that's pretty good. The maximum trigger list. Doesn't see Lolly only work in certain teams. Cryo and Hydro. I mean, what is it? Hydro and Pyro, 2 of the most popular DPSs. Chevra's up. I actually agree with that. Chevra's up. Shinobu's good where she is. I think Shinobu's good where she is. Put her up by a little bit. Right next to all hate them. Put it behind, I'll hate them. Okay. This feels good. I hate them as up a little high. True. He's not as good. Not as good as Baizu. Put Chi Chi and Chang'e up and leave Amber at the bottom? Okay, that's fair. I actually like that. I actually do like that. Just Amber with Aloy. I actually do like that. Nobody plays him anymore. He should be lower. True. Next to Tainari. There you go. Next to Tainari. Right next to Tainari. Okay. What else? I'll try to sneak in Siegewein. I don't know if anybody's gonna catch that. I'm gonna sneak up Siegewein. I tell you now, I could tell because brother and sister. No, that's too obvious. That's too obvious. That's too obvious. She needs to be close to Ganyu. Needs to be close to Ganyu. Okay. I forgot I put Shalona up here. I was like, wait, where did Kaza go? Even I got bothered by that. I was like, wait, why is Kaza different than Lumum? Yeah, Lumina and Aether, what is it? Dendro Traveler and Pyro Traveler. Where'd he go? He's right there. Yeah, it's fine right there. Okay. It's kind of obvious when you have alt under catching. Yeah. Because, like, you could be, like, free-to-play catching mains is really good. I mean, I get what you're saying. Nah, because they could be like, oh, this guy just likes electro characters. Because most of my electro characters are actually really high. Oh, this guy only plays electro characters. He only knows catching's that good because he plays electro. With no context, the skippers will see Lumine is better than either. True. They'll be on my side for once in my life. For once in my life, they'll be on my side. The Aether is better than Lumine? Okay. Go the opposite direction. Yeah, the charge attack. Okay. I think I've made this for maximum this is maximum triggering. Move Dia next to Kinich. I actually forgot where Dia is. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's good, that's good, that's good. Put sign up there too, actually. Maximum pulse. Dio buff Kinich? Nah, that's too crazy. That's too obvious. Okay, yeah, I think this is pretty good. I just saw Neil and I was like, Jesus, I put her so low. Oh, man. I put Kokomi lower too. I feel like Kokomi fans are easy to bother. Right next to Charlotte, or behind Charlotte. Make sure Riley's above Ayaka. Perfect list to make everyone mad. Yeah. That's full on of me. Okay, there we go. This looks good. Yeah, I actually quite like this. I actually quite like this. I like this. I like this. I like this. I think it's the perfect amount. It's literally the perfect amount. This is good. This is good. Okay. Nice. 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 This is peak. This is peak. This looks really fair. I like it. No, it's actually really good. Unironically, this is really good. I agree with this. Some people ship Kokomi with Lumine. Really? That's funny. Alright. Cool. Alright, let me BRB for a quick second, and I'll be right back. It'd be really funny if someone just jumped into the stream and saw this. Alright, I'll be right back. BRB! I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. But. Oh, it's someone raid. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well tonight. All right. That was a good list. That was a good list. Save this one too. Download the image. Okay. Buys a side grade to Yao Yao? What? What? What does that even mean?